Hello, how's everyone doing? What's going on? Let's move here. Oh man, we're here. It's Sunday, very lazy Sunday. But it's always a good Sunday when you get to play some games with friends. I may be a little tired, just a little. Not a lot tired, but just a little tired. But how's everyone doing today? We are going to play some Minecraft. Please inform Twisted that I'm mad at him because of the cheesecake, because now I'm hungry and it's all his fault. Gotcha. I will let him know. How you doing, J Will? Actually, what cheesecake are we talking about? Hold on, I need to check this out. Hold on. We're talking about cheesecake now. I gotta figure out what cheesecake are we talking about. Hold on. Did he post something in his Discord that I missed? Let me check. Oh, the pumpkin cheesecake. That does look good. That does look good. I would be mad too if he showed me that. Currently wearing a fire-resistant onesie. So I'm vibing. How are you? Doing pretty good. Chill. I usually try to just chill out on Sundays. I don't really do a lot. So yeah, just chilling right now. Testing out some new stuff. Let's see how it works. Oh, hold on. Is that a Twisted Eye here?
You're goddamn right it is.
Jesus fucking Christ. Hold on now. Let's bring you down a bit.
I can see it in your face.
Let's bring you down just a bit. Jesus Christ. How you doing? J Will is mad at you.
Oh, he's always mad at me. What's up?
Because of the cheesecake. And now he's hungry.
He's lactose intolerant. He can fuck off.
I'm also lactose intolerant, but I know what good cheesecake is, so there's that.
Oh, it was such good cheesecake. It was such good cheesecake.
I forgot I had that. There we go.
Are you on the server right now?
Not yet. I'm about to log in right now. What are you doing, Bat? How you doing, Bat? Do you notice something different?
Hold on, it's a green screen.
I no longer know. I don't have a green screen. That's the thing. Hold on. Like I can do this now. I can back out. There's no green screen here. Helping dreams with some stuff before DNA. Hey, no problem.
So you don't have a green screen. That's what it is.
I don't have a green screen anymore. I have the Sony A6000 my brothers let me borrow, and the NVIDIA broadcast going right now.
I've got the Sony A6001. I'm kidding. I'm
Well, you don't have to one up me. What the fuck? But yeah,
the .01. There you go.
There you go. But yeah, I'm trying to, because the thing with the green screen is, for me to get it to work, I have to put it so close to my back that I can't move around.
I feel that. Whenever I had my green screen set up, it was horrible. And then I got a wide lens camera.
Yeah.
And it completely screwed me over.
Yeah, so now we're running. I gotta get another lens for this camera because the camera is so I had to push it so far back just so I could fit in the screen. So I gotta get another lens for it, but it's working out.
All right, so do you want to go ahead and explain everything to everybody about what's going on today?
Yes, so me and Twisted are going to survive in Better Minecraft. We're gonna do this like Discovery, Naked and Afraid. There will be screaming. We will be cussing a lot. We will
be naked.
We will be naked. Yeah, that's just a given. That's just a given. But no,
That's just gonna happen.
me and Twisted are gonna be playing some Better Minecraft, the mod pack, and just see what we can do. Really, right? Explore, build, hopefully not die a bunch. That's the big thing. Let's not die a bunch, right?
And to go into a bit of technical side of everything, this is also this is also the version of Minecraft of 1.17.1.
Yes.
One of the very first 117 mod packs out there that I'm really excited to play on.
Hold on. We have a messenger. A messenger has arrived. Yes, go ahead.
Who needs us to drink some water because she seems
yes,
like
exactly.
stuck in her throat.
Yeah, it does sound like you have stuck in your throat.
Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
How was the message?
Okay. Redeem VIP for channel. This for okay. Yeah, no problem. I can put dreams. Dreams is now Oh no, this is just stuff. No, go ahead.
It's just a demotion for Bat, and he has to go back down to VIP. He can't be mod anymore.
Look, here's the thing. I can make him a VIP. He's still an editor on my channel.
You know that would do it.
Yeah. All right. Congratulations, Dreams. You're not VIP on the channel. I am a god. Yes, you are.
Look. You guys have to leave very soon. Okay.
No,
Don't be judging me when you're leaving in like 20 minutes. Don't be doing
here.
this. Trying to make me look bad.
Who's she talking to?
Why would we be leaving in 20 minutes? We just
Bat and Dreams.
Oh, I'm about to say we're like here. Me and Twister are like
we just got here.
It's like I haven't even started the game yet.
Oh wow! You gave Twisted shit loves. Look. You know how much I love you guys. Okay.
Bullshit.
I love you guys. Twisted. That wasn't even aimed at you.
All right,
Don't
while
worry
you're
about it.
while you're doing this, I'm gonna join the world just to make sure everything's still working.
Gotcha.
You're not feeling the really? You're not feeling the love. Okay.
Nope.
I don't care about you, Twisted. You can feel the hate.
Excuse me. Oh my god.
Twisted. I'll show everyone this.
Didn't even get by kiss. Can't have all the kisses now.
We might have a problem. Let me just fix some stuff.
Motherfucker. No, actually, there's a mountain area over there.
Oh, okay. I was about to say. So let me go to the game. Are you having fun over there, Panda?
You got even more kisses than Les did yesterday during the 12-hour thing. So be grateful. I think I gave him like 2 kisses yesterday. That's because he decided to beat my ass in that freaking contest.
I thought you were into that.
Yeah, same.
Trees! Bulldog! Trees! Off in the distance! Turtle! Get this turtle!
Wait, what?
I just punched the shit out of the turtle.
That's not gonna bite us in the ass later.
No, we're fine.
So you love me more than Les is what I had.
What the fuck
no,
is this?
I love Les.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Not that much. But Jesus Christ, what is going on?
What the fuck is that? I'm not sorry. You're on your own, dude.
What is that?
This is Better Minecraft, and that looks like it's gonna kill. That's technically just instant karma, actually, isn't it?
Yeah. That's what happens when you give me shit twisted.
What the fuck was that?
That's literally instant karma right there.
That's death number 1 for me. Jesus fuck. I swear to God, fuck out of here, you stupid particle!
So I'm gonna go get a boat real quick. Hold on.
Nah, the piece of shit is dead.
Okay.
Oh, you son of a bitch! Hi,
so this is the game is Better Minecraft, you know.
That's exactly what it is. Give me the dolphin's grace so I can get the fuck to land, please. Oh god damn.
Oh my
This is supposed
god.
to be a nice mod pack.
Yes.
Of course, you had to start off with a twisted scare. God damn it.
I mean, everyone loves a twisted stare, huh?
Yeah, apparently. I'll just. What's the phrasing? I'll just go fuck myself. God damn it. All right. Well, that's a hell of a way to start. Twisted's
Yep.
already dead.
Look, to be fair, if you didn't punch the turtle, you would have been fine.
Listen.
I'm listening.
Just because you're right doesn't mean
That
I
was a
have to
cough.
like it.
I wasn't trying to say
Just
There we
because you're
go.
right does not mean that I have to like it. I have an axe. I
Nice.
can cut down trees quickly.
Yes, I have wood and an axe.
Hey,
we know you
my
have wood.
DMs are open.
All men have
I'm-
wood.
Not all of them. Some of
Not
them have
all.
to take a blue pill for that to work.
Oh my god, that's true though.
On the go. We should probably let's Bulldog. We kind of just jumped into this with some.
Yeah,
like,
we kind
there's a
of.
dungeon. There's a dungeon up there.
I like how he says we kind of jumped in. You got distracted already. All right,
It's what I do, but I'm gonna go to the dungeon and see what it is. If I get attacked by another goddamn thing.
Okay, so we'll let him go do that, and while he's doing that, so I say, how long do we think we're going to be doing this for? Minimum a month, right?
Hour.
No,
I don't know.
No, I
How
do
long-
an hour.
How long
Then
can
you're
you
gonna
go?
quit forever.
Because I can go.
Okay. Okay, keep it in your pants for now.
Now, I'm not wearing pants. Joke's on you.
I am.
I'm wearing shorts.
There you
Oh.
go. But yeah, so I'm thinking the plan is at least we play this for at least a month, right? See how we like it. We may play more of it after that, or we might switch to something else. We'll see.
I
But
have
the
stone bricks.
nice. But the main thing is to see what this mod offers, and yeah,
Yes,
Get
yes,
some-
I am back.
get
I
in
am.
some trouble.
So for those who don't know, this mod pack is about 150 some odd mods that make Minecraft just so much greater and so much better than it already is. There's
Mhm.
also an island that is all red trees, and I want.
Yeah.
And it's a wonderful pack. Bulldog and I kind of went over it last night just to check things out, and yeah, I'm excited to play it. I love me some modded Minecraft, as everybody knows, because I am a fiend.
Mhm.
And they also added a mod in here that. Hey, Bulldog,
Yep.
what's up?
Yeah, nothing. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, look up. Hi, how you doing?
Hi, hey, how you doing? I have a boat now.
I gotta see if I can do it.
Nice. I feel like this might be a lot more safer to travel because we need to find other land.
Copper. Hold on. I see copper. You never take
Okay.
me alive, copper. Oh, I
Wow.
am stuck on your boat.
Yeah, you are.
But yeah, they added a mod that I'm really excited about for people who have played Minecraft religiously, modded wise, for the years that have happened, because I can speak English.
Yes.
There is a mod in here called the Aether mod. It has been updated. It looks fucking awesome, and I'm really excited.
Yep. Can't wait to do that. I was like, can't
Too bad
wait. There's so
Too
many
bad we
like
have to
good
go to
mods.
the Nether to do that.
Let's not talk about the Nether.
Bulldog, where did you go?
uh,
Motherfucker! Get off
Oh my
of
god!
my
Oh
dick!
my god!
Jesus! Fucking a little help.
But
Yep, come back. See, this is why you need. This is
need a
why you
hug?
need a boat. This
Oh,
is
I kill
why.
it.
This is why you need a boat.
I got. Hold on. There's something else down here that I want, and I don't know what it is.
See, I'm always prepared.
but I
The
got
hell
it
did I come
because-
into?
Always prepared,
Better
huh?
Minecraft. That's what you came into.
Okay, we need to make beds.
How you doing, Barber? Yes, we do. We need to go find. We need to go find shit. Oh fuck. Nope. I'm not. Nope. We're not. There you go. You go.
Twisted
I'm not.
Dragon now.
I'm not going back into that in the water. I came in to get off my dick. That's just a normal stream for me.
What, people on your dick or wanting to get off your dick?
Yes.
At least you're honest. At least you're honest. What the hell?
Hey, get on my dick.
I found Blue Knight. It's like Redite, but blue.
No. Oh man. But yeah. How you doing, Barbara? How you doing today? It's probably like what time is it for you, Pen, right now? Like 11, 12?
Almost 11.
Yeah.
I have parkour.
Tired. I bet. It's it's been a long day for everyone, I think. I had a lazy day, to be fair.
Not really. I had a breakfast burger and I'm really happy about it.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah, it had an over hard egg and hash browns on it.
Ooh. So I can't parkour to save my life. We've learned that today.
That's fine. I will do the parkour for us and fail miserably because I can't either. But I found an acacia tree. Minecraft's little mistake.
Yep, exactly. All right, I'm gonna we need to find other land real quick.
Oh, yeah, I'm overlooking a desert right now at the top of this area.
I think there's a drown. How you doing,
That's a lot of husks. If I jump into the water and get attacked again, I swear to God.
Make a boat. It will save your life.
I have a barnacle tooth. What does a barnacle tooth do?
Listen.
Excuse me?
Let's see what's up here.
Bulldog, if you take a prismarine rod, which is made out of 3 prismarine, a heart of the sea, and 3 barnacle teeth, you can make a trident.
Oh, nice. So why is this better? Because there's a bunch of mods to just make quality of life and other stuff make Minecraft better in this one.
It's just so beautiful until you get to the nether, and then it's just so fucking scary.
Yes, the nether is going to be interesting.
I get to show off the hydrogen squids, right?
Yes, you do.
Oh, saguaro. Saguaro.
Sure.
Okay, it's the cactus fruit.
Oh fuck, there's a husk.
I have food.
Did we really spawn near a desert and nothing else?
My question is, did we really lose each other?
Probably.
That quickly?
Yes, we did.
Lovely.
Hold on.
I'd say let's not TP and just hope we find each other.
Fuck, I'm about to be back in spawn real quick.
What are you getting chased by?
A couple things right now. Hold on.
I know what you mean.
Okay.
You didn't see me apparently.
Hopefully we can find shelter.
Baby zombie!
Oh God.
Sorry. I also found a meerkat.
Oh my God.
Zombie and meerkats. You know what?
Shit!
I'm not scared of this little bitch. Let's go.
Fuck. God
I ain't
damn it.
scared of you, you little bitch.
Oh my God. This is just nice.
Your boy just teabagged a baby zombie. I don't know if that's legal, but you know what? Fuck it.
No, please don't. It's too young.
Hey, Bulldog.
Yeah.
You remember how we found that thing yesterday that you immediately flew out of and said nope?
Yeah, no, I'm not going there.
Yeah,
it doesn't.
I found the spider pit.
Yeah, we're not going there.
But spider spawners, Bulldog.
Look, when we need to make a fucking spider farm, I will make the spider farm. Will I like it? Fuck no, I won't.
You know what? At least you're honest. Unlike
all right. I like how Pen.
Yep.
Yeah. She just didn't answer on that one. Okay.
I'm just listening in and taking in everything that's happening right now.
So madness right now.
Yes.
She's taking it in. All right.
Wow.
Wait, what?
Wow, Patty did not even get that one, huh? All right. Okay.
So I have apples.
Okay, cool.
And if you hold your tongue, I have one of those too.
Wow. There. What the? Hold on. Okay. we literally. Okay. Past the desert, there is forest.
Oh yeah, I probably should have told you that. I'm at the forest.
God damn it! Oh my god!
I found an orange.
Fuck.
Is that a peach? That is a peach. I found a peach tree too.
Oh, I almost died. That would have been bad.
Yeah, we're kind of a little bit of ways away from each other.
Oh my god! There's so much shit. Oh shit! Run for the forest. Run for the hills. There's copyright right there.
we're just gonna pass up what you just said there, Bulldog.
What?
Run for the hills.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's a meerkat hole.
Okay.
Because you can get a whole lot of meerkats in this game. Oh, that's a skeleton.
Okay, I see a fallen tree thing.
Sorry. Getting shot at.
All right, bro. All right, Matt. See you later. Enjoy D&D. Oh fuck! A zombie with a trident? Wait, what?
Yes. I don't know if that's a trident though. Oh no, it is a trident.
It's a trident.
It's either a trident or it's a staff. Bulldog, I found a house. It's a little house on the prairie. And a rainbow sheep! I found rainbow sheep!
Cool. I'm heading your way, but you might be careful because there's a creeper next to you, it looks like.
There's a lot of stuff next to me right now, apparently.
Oh, God. Okay.
Please let the mod be on here that allows you to just one person sleep.
I found some pigs. Oh, found a brown pig, too. Nice.
I have officially made the bed of my dreams. I have the rainbow bed.
I just realized something. That wasn't you. That was actually a pig.
So, good news. I can sleep. Bad news. Everybody has to sleep.
Yeah, I need to fix that. I forgot the command to do it. Well, do you know it?
Well, there's a mod for it.
Oh, well, I mean, there's also a Minecraft command to do it as well. So only one person has to sleep.
Sorry, I didn't mean to scream. There was just a baby zombie behind me.
Okay.
Oh, that made me jump so hard.
All right.
I found the wall.
Is this just another pig, or is this actually you?
Where are you biome wise?
Oh, I found a witch tower, wizard tower.
Oh shit! I am nowhere near that.
Nope, no, you're not. Hold on.
I am in some deep shit right now. I've got 3 baby zombies on me. They are slightly lagging when they run.
Oh, sounds fun.
3 regular zombies on me.
Fuck. Where is daylight?
What? Why is there sand? No, that's grass.
I need to like figure out. Okay, there's the. Wait, what the fuck? Oh no, wait, hold on. Is this prairie? Hold on.
Holding on. Oh, I need one more rainbow sheep, and then I can get you a rainbow bed as well.
Well, that's if we find each other at this point. I found oranges. I found oranges. Okay.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry, creeper.
The screams from Twisted right now. Some of the most girliest screams I've ever heard in my life.
Hey, with all due respect, bite me.
Okay, let's go. When and when?
Bet.
All right, bet. Let's go.
Bet.
All right, let's go.
I taste like bacon, apparently. Oh, cucumbers.
Jesus Christ! That's probably true.
Oh, there's a bed here? There's a hobbit hole! Oh, there's a hobbit hole. I'm going to live in the hobbit hole.
Panda bites. Yes, panda bites.
Yes. Me bites.
I am home.
You're home? Oh, fuck. No!
I legit, I'm going to replace my green bed with a rainbow bed. I have found my home.
Oh, that's good to know. Achievement made. Jump. Oh, what the fuck? Where am I at?
Oh, you're at the well. Wait. We might be close by each other.
Oh, okay. So you were at this well? All right. Oh
yes,
shit!
yes,
So,
yes,
hold on, baby zombie. Hold on.
All right, actually, I'm gonna come back to you. I'm gonna come back to that general area. I just got shot, but I'm on my way.
Fuck.
I just got shot again. Hold on, did you just run into the desert?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna eat my cucumbers and then I'm gonna run my way over to you.
Oh god.
Okay, head over to that purple, the purple sandy area. Oh,
yep, I see it. Hold on.
Okay. Running. I see a witch. Oh no. Are you back? Where are you at?
I'm in the purple area.
Okay. Oh god, there's a lot of purple areas. Are you elevated or are you not so elevated?
I'm not so elevated.
I see you.
Where? Oh, there you are.
Creeper!
Oh god.
What the? Why'd you bring the creeper?
Oh, he's not that fast. Come with me, Bulldog. I have a
Check your DMs. All right, hold on.
Let's go.
All right.
Oh, actually, here. Have a gift.
Oh, lovely. Thank you. Let's go.
Okay. Oh, there's a zombie who lit himself on fire. Dope. All right. God damn it! You got that song stuck in my head. All right, cucumber. Do you have food?
Yeah, I got food.
Dope. I've got orange. Oh fuck! Where are you, green crayons?
Right behind you.
With this sword.
All right,
come with me.
all right.
So right here, with this cobblestone right here, this is the death pit.
Yep. I'm not touching that.
There's a champion.
Okay.
I'm taking his egg because I just found an egg. This is a gray sheep. A rocky sheep.
Ooh, no. Okay. Oh, nice. Okay, we got very nice. We got a little hobbit hole.
Now I think this is all carpet. Let's take up the carpet. I'm pretty positive.
That's carpet too.
Oh, there's no trapdoor here. All right, yeah, we have a little home.
All right, cool.
Let's set our spawn points and just, Actually, you know what? I want to sleep next to you. We got this. Oh god, I have too much shit. All right, here we go. Boom. Now, here's the ultimate question. Do we have a pet? No.
No, we don't. Okay. We got a crafting table here too. All right. So, first couple of minutes, not bad. No one's you died at least once.
Yeah, let's see. Let's move this. I'm going to expand this out so we have a bit more room for everything.
Okay.
And then let's just do you have that dirt that was over there?
Yeah, I'll put it in the chest for you.
All right. Yeah. So now we have.
All right.
There we go. Now we have a home.
Of course, the stick is not enough to cook the fish completely.
Oh, you need 2 sticks, yeah.
Yeah, I forgot it's 2 sticks, not just one. There we go.
Bulldog, off in the distance. Do you see it? Ruined portal.
Ooh, it is. All right, let's look. Okay. It's fine.
Come on, Bulldog.
It's not like I've been playing this. We've seen some shit.
Yeah, we've seen what this game can do to us.
All right. I need to get shit. We just need start getting resources. Anything good?
I got a golden shovel with Curse of Vanishing, some golden leggings with Curse of Binding, a mending golden hoe, and a silk touch golden hoe. And the best part, I have fire.
Nice. You can keep all the curse stuff.
Done. I'm keeping the pants until they break.
Nice.
Ooh, those are palm trees.
All right. Okay, we got more wood here. All right.
Yes. So whenever we get iron, we can come back for this gold block. I'm actually going to take this chest right here.
Yeah. Did we say we found out that what was it? That vein mining was an enchantment, right?
Yeah, vein mining is enchantment.
Okay.
I'm actually going to grab these peaches.
Yep. We need. Oh, hey. Speaking of which, we can go down this hole here. Start mining.
Yeah. Oh no. I'm okay. I'll collect my kale and be gone with it.
All right. I'm gonna just get just start getting wood here.
I'm gonna go after these trees. I like these trees, and I think these are jungle wood trees. So we'll have some jungle wood, which will be dope. I love jungle wood.
Yeah.
Melons! We have melons!
Watermelons?
Watermelon!
Watermelon.
I can make melon seeds and we can grow melons. And cocoa. Oh my god, we can make cookies.
Nice.
Let me just get this jungle sapling real quick. Wait, what's going on with... Oh! It's the all around jungle wood.
All around me are familiar faces.
No, not with this pack.
Oh, damn it.
This pack is painful at best.
Oh. Yep, it's modded Minecraft. Pula, how you doing?
I have to make this joke. I can't.
What joke?
But oh, I love it. I love it. I have a gift for you when I come see you. Ooh, sugar cane. Hell yeah. Love me some sugar.
There we go.
Sugar. That's sweet.
All right. I kind of want to get a tree farm going here. Oh, fuck. I fell down the hole. All right. Close one there. Oh, what's this?
Palm leaves. These palm
Pepper?
leaves look cool.
A pepper crop? Oh.
Oh, sweet. Hey.
You got that. Hey, you got that hoe, right?
You can just right click it.
Okay, I just right click. Okay, cool. Just want to make sure.
You can just right click it, it'll auto harvest it, and it'll keep the thing planted.
Nice. Okay, cool. Well, I want to plant. Actually, I'm gonna get a couple of these, and then we're gonna do some crops as well.
Oh, the stone, the drip stone. We got that drip.
I'm doing all right. Today was a chill day, Pula. Actually, Pan, I didn't ask you.
Pula Panda.
I do that a lot, though.
I have to.
I'm close. I'm close to where we're staying at.
Oh,
but Pan, I didn't ask you. How you doing today?
I have been exhausted pretty much all day.
I wonder why.
All right, Bulldog, if you want to come over here real quick, I have a gift for you.
Okay, well, we have one.
Oh, I am so sorry. I meant to punch the grass. I'm trying to mow the lawn. I'm sorry.
Have a gift for you, punch.
Well, now I feel bad for saying this, but here you go.
Is that what I think it was? Bitch. God damn it. I looked at that. I saw salt. And I said, are you kidding me right now? Oh my god.
Oh, my knee just popped. Ow. All right, I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna grab some. I'm gonna get you a legitimate gift after I get this egg.
All right. I think we're gonna use this area down here for the farm. Actually, I think that'll work.
All right. Yeah, we should get some basic stuff going so we can survive. Ooh, green beans.
Nice. Yeah, we'll start.
Beans.
Let's start a farm. I need water. Is there water bowls? We need iron. Well, hold on. Is there bowls?
Only regular bowls, not water bowls.
Ah, damn it! I thought there were water bowls.
You can make a soul sundae with nether bananas, soul juice, and soul sand. That is nice. That is amazing. That was a bit of a lag spike. All right. I want to know. That's a fucking soul and a half. I want to know what is in this hole and if I can gain any treasure from it. But I also know that it withers me if I jump in.
All right. So, all right, I kind of got the area cleared out where we're gonna have our crops at. Is that broccoli? That's broccoli. Nice.
Tomatoes. Can I make tomatoes out of
Cabbage? Nice.
Bulldog, we can make tostadas.
We can make tostadas.
We can make tostadas. Beans, tomatoes, lettuce, and tortillas. Or a supreme pizza. Or a shepherd's pie. Or salsa.
Why not?
Or pizza.
Why not all of them?
Okay, they fucked up. They put pineapple pepperoni pizza in here.
Fuck no.
You have to have ham, not pepperoni. Come on.
Well, we're not using that mod.
Well, hold on. They have fajitas.
Okay, maybe we'll use it.
And enchiladas.
Okay, maybe we'll use it.
All
right,
I'm sorry, we are only going to be eating burritos. You can make a burrito.
Okay.
All right, there we go.
That's good. That's our food source for this this mod.
We're setting up a burrito truck. Let's go. Oh.
Let's get a chest. I'm gonna put a chest with all our food in it.
Okay. I found some coal and some copper that I'll probably dig up.
Okay.
As well as a cave that leads into a deeper cave.
Deep in the cave?
So we back in the mine. What the fuck was that? Okay. I'm scared. Oh, I'm disregarding the coal for now. I found something better.
What did you find?
I found iron. Oh, the irony. Okay.
Oh, God, no. Oh, God, no. This is gonna be our whole series, just me reacting to your puns, aren't it?
Oh, 100%.
Oh,
and
God.
we all know that my puns can be pretty cool sometimes. Ooh, more iron.
Oh my God.
1, 2, 3, 4. And that's it. I have 8 now total. Nice.
Nice. All right. I'm gonna up. It's dark. It's dark. It's dark.
Hey, Bulldog.
Yep. I'm already back at the house.
I found the catacombs again.
Cool. I'm already at the house.
do you remember the I hope you do. Oh, it's raining. That scared the hell out of me. I was like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, it's raining.
Do you remember that one dungeon we went through that had like all those spawners and shit of the zombies and underground and yeah, the one that Panda joined in on?
Yeah.
Yeah, I found that.
Oh.
Say again? Sorry, I don't understand. I don't know.
That's just
All right, good to know.
Yeah,
all right.
yeah. That's basically like I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it.
Like copper. I am safe right now. It is nighttime. It is scary, but I am a-okay in my little hole. That's a big hole. Never mind. I'm scared. I'm always scared. I'm scared. Well, no, there's nothing in the mines with me. It's just I'm all alone.
Yeah, I'm sleeping.
Beside me.
Yeah, I'm sleeping right now.
That's fine. I'll get us some warmth at night. I'll come cuddle you in a second.
All right.
Oh God, I have to run home, don't I?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Damn it. I mean, while I'm out, mining and doing stuff and all that, you could expand the house a little bit.
Yeah, I know. I will. It's dark right now.
Well, you don't have to go outside. That's the thing. I meant from the inside.
All right, hold on real quick.
Cause I'm on the outside.
Oh, I just realized something.
What?
We might not be admins on this one.
Oh, just /op. Ow.
Yeah, it's /op. No, I can't. No, I gotta do it through the console.
Oh no.
Yeah, hold on. Let me just do that real quick.
That's fine. I don't need a TP. It's all right.
Oh
I
no,
feel as though.
no, it's for it was. I was trying to do something. Hold on.
Are
It
you
was
trying to
more
time
that.
that day?
No, I'm not. You are on your own.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Hey! I may be on my own, but I see a zombie that's gonna get fucked up because he won't let me take my iron. Ah! Oh! Sorry. I gotta be careful with my screams. Damn it.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
But what would I be without my screams, Bulldog?
Normal. There we
What
go.
kind of fun is that? Wait, what did you do?
I said.
Oh,
I said so. Only one person has to sleep.
oh, thank God. Oh, I'm saving the tomatoes. I'm eating the peaches because I got peaches.
All right. Oh, I love Pine Draft. Pine Draft is actually pretty good beer. Speaking of beer, I might go get one later.
Wait,
How you doing, Marcus?
Is it an actual beer? I thought it was just being facetious.
He is. He is. But I had to put a little bit of truth in. There is a. I believe there is a beer with like pine something. Hey, come out. Oh fuck. No, come out here. Come on. Oh, there you go. Yep. Come on out. Don't go under. Don't go under there. Just die.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I will just go die.
All right, you're not a skeleton, so don't worry.
I mean, I'm just a skeleton piloting a meat body or a meat suit. Are you our guard pig? Are you just gonna chill here? I'm okay with that.
Oh, I'm gonna fucking die.
I have a friend, Bulldog.
There we go. Oh no!
I've made a friend. I want to see if you could tell us apart.
You joke about that, but I do know some people who thought they could drink Pine Sol, and I had to tell them that you're fucking idiots.
See, Bulldog, I've made a friend. Can you tell us apart?
Nope, I cannot.
I'm gonna bite my tongue on that one. Hi. How you doing?
Yeah. All right.
I come bearing gifts.
Nice. What kind of gifts do we have? Do you have enough so I can? Do you have the iron?
I do. I'll spelt it up. I'll spelt it up.
Okay, cool. I was like, that's great to hear. Do you have the iron? Oh my god. Are they dead? No, because they were a bunch of drunk college students, and I stopped them before they did it.
Furnace golem spawn egg. Hold up. How the hell do you make a furnace golem?
Ooh.
Oh, I also have some coal, so we won't need all that jazz. There we go.
All right, let's see where this goes.
It's going over here, going over there. Sorry. I don't know what's gotten into me today.
You got the feeling.
I got this feeling.
Look. Are some people idiots? Yes, but I'm not gonna let them die because they're idiots. They need to learn at least.
There's just the disrespect that just happened there. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I saw that. All right. Oh, let me put the rest of those seeds in here. This is gonna be our seed drawer.
Oh yeah. Sorry, that just got weird. Oh, it's just gonna be seeds, or is it just gonna be food in general?
It's gonna be food in general, but until we start that farm, I'm just putting the seeds in there as well.
Let's move this crafting bench.
Yes.
I'm gonna need you to come place down your spawn point real quick.
Wait, what the fuck happened to my bed?
That's why I need you to replace your spawn point.
I look over here like, did you really take my bed?
Listen,
you monster!
No one ever said I was a smart man, and that proves it.
Yeah, it does. It absolutely does. All right. I feel like
ouch.
I kind of want to start digging on this. Well, hold on. I just noticed something. There's desert right there. So that might not be a good place to start digging. We probably want to dig on the left side over here.
Hey, Bulldog.
I
gotta sand it to you.
Fuck, god damn it. Son of a fucking god. Whoa.
Even Panda's just like, nope, just not getting into that one.
Okay, we got some copper here. I need stone. Let's get some stone here.
Oh, wait, where are you?
I'm just over.
I have.
There you go. Oh, thank you.
Yeah. We'll go get that gold block real quick.
Okay, cool.
Not gonna help as much, but I want it.
There's some copper over here. So I'm gonna grab this.
The quest for the gold block.
Got some
completed.
Coal. Great, you get 20 XP for that. You do not level up though.
I have no idea. Oh! I almost lost the gold.
Ow!
I almost dropped it into like lava.
Oh my god. Should I hold on to everything?
Listen! Oh, the better chests are in here! You can upgrade them for more storage.
Okay. That's actually pretty cool. Alright.
Oh, never mind. I'm sad. I thought
alright, so we got some
netherite with only one. I'm just dumb. It's okay.
Alright, I'm gonna take 3 iron here.
Oh, the irony.
Where are we putting the iron at?
Oh, do you need to smelt it?
No, I'm gonna get some water, a bucket. I'm gonna get a bucket so I can get some water.
Oh, check the furnace next to the food chest. It should have some iron smelted up in there.
Yep, I'm just taking 3 of that. I'll put the rest in there. All right.
And how much iron do I have in the smeltery at the moment?
You had 7 total.
Oh, dope. All right.
All right, cool. We have a bucket now. All right.
I'm gonna go look for cows and slaughter. I mean, invite them to a nice dinner of them.
Nice there. Nice.
Thank you.
All right. So let's see. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom.
God damn the nose on this fucking thing. Ooh, a cow. It's an albino cow.
Albino cow?
Hi, Al. Bye now, cow.
Jesus fucking Christ. I've never wanted to punch someone so hard right now.
Things that I've heard on a daily basis for 500, Alex.
Oh my god. There we go. All right, so that should get this dirt. Do.
Yeah, half of those wanting to punch me's come from Panda.
Panda still probably wants to still punch you right now.
Of course she does. Who doesn't want to punch me? Like my own wife wants to punch me right now. Like, come on.
Let's see. Let's cook some sweet potatoes. Let's cook some.
My favorite vegetable is sweet potato.
Sweet potatoes.
Iron.
Let's get some cabbage as well.
My cabbages. Sorry. The references are gonna stop at some point. I know it.
You're just gonna see me come behind you, just strike you down.
I'm not even gonna see you behind me. It's just lightning's gonna flash, and then Bulldog is behind twisted. In Minecraft,
yes, in Minecraft, sure.
Oh.
And no, I have not been practicing the controlling of thunder. Why would I do that? It's not like I have a reason to strike someone down.
Smite me, almighty smiter. I hear spiders. And if one drops on me, I am going to scream.
Okay, and then we'll do wheat for the last of it.
I could hear the horns from Harry Potter coming from the other room. It's just like...
Oh man. I just realized something. God damn it, that's gonna piss me off if I don't fix this.
Ooh, more iron. Oh, the irony. It's really dark. I'm probably gonna have to go in post and like fix up the lighting on this.
Yeah, probably. All right, there we go. All right, need to get some more seeds.
You know what? Oh, I understand now why there's a bunch of spiders in here.
Why is that? Oh, you found a spawner?
I found like an OG spider spawner dungeon.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I'm gonna go for that enchanted golden apple. Watch.
Well,
There's a lot of fucking spiders though. Oh my god. I have let them accumulate.
it was good knowing you.
Oh, it's not one of those dungeons. Never mind. It's a new one.
Oh, nice.
I'm gonna make like a tree and get the fuck out of here.
All right, so that's good. You got some vegetables growing now. Very good, very good.
I'm not making the joke I wanted to make. Nope. Damn baby spiders.
You know what? We have a mascot now. Get in here. Yep, get in here. Get in here. Get in here.
We've got a Chimkin.
Yep, he's in the thing now. He's in our house.
That's 3 green crayons. Fuck that. Nope. I'm out.
There you go.
Cock-a-doodle-doo. The cow says moo. I'm getting the fuck out of here.
There we go.
Yay.
There we go.
You know, I think we know who's gonna get fucked up by phantoms tomorrow night.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm doing the responsible thing.
I'm hyped up on a donut, some coffee. And I'm ready to I'm ready to fight God or become him.
God damn it!
I don't remember the whole quote. So
no, it's either Sonic is a god or kill God, and I do not care which one it is. Oh, God damn! I love that episode. It's just how crazy it gets towards the end. You're like,
Hey, look, more copper. Wait, can copper be used to make things? I can make a block of raw copper.
You can make a spyglass. Oh no, we need AFS though.
I can make an XP conduit.
Ooh.
I can make copper rails, a copper pulsar, a copper pan, a copper nugget, a copper kiln,
copper,
a lightning rod, a block of copper, a copper chain, copper bars, a warped storage crate. That's a lot of fucking storage crates. A quadrant, a copper nugget, a copper rail, a cooking pot, a cask. We can make beer.
Yes, I know what we're doing now.
We can make a watering can.
A copper nugget, feed Panda it. I don't think Panda was it. I don't think you want.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Give me.
That brings
Sorry,
up.
I'm just hungry.
That brings up.
I could tell.
How strong are pandas' teeth to bite if they can bite into an actual copper nugget or not? I'm talking like the actual animal panda, not panda the person.
I was about to say, if we're talking about Panda the person, I believe that makes her alien. No, alien or predator. Probably alien.
Oh, honey, I'm home.
All right, get some stone here.
Oh, thanks for that one, Bullock. Straight up ignored it. Chicken! Oh God, Bartholomew, what are you doing in the house? Oh. I don't know if you heard or saw that. I go, Bartholomew, what are you doing in the house? Silence, and then pop, and he laid a feather.
Oh God. No Pandas, Jaw. Oh, Jaws from Bond. Oh yeah, I mean they're kind of the same height. Not that Jaws.
Oh, now I'm disappointed. Ooh, a wrench. What can I make a wrench with? What is a wrench used for? Okay, I'll just go fuck myself.
I believe wrench can turn.
No, I wasn't talking to you about that. I was talking to the game was not showing me what the wrench was used for.
Oh, okay, yeah.
A wax block of copper, some cut copper.
All right.
I mean, I'm cut.
All right. Armor. Is there stone armor?
No.
Damn it.
There is Thalassium armor.
Oh.
There's leather armor, but just bullshit. Iron armor, diamond armor, gold armor, netherite, gilded netherite, Cincinnasite, nether ruby.
Okay, well that means we're gonna have to go do some mining. Are you ready?
Gold.
Are you ready for some mining? I have a plan. I have a plan.
I have 15 iron.
Okay, Mr. Overachiever.
Hey, listen. You're about to hate me. We're about. Hold on. Where's our? What?
That's true. That's true. I'm trying to remember what they have Jaws built as in the movie, but I know he's like super short.
Let's do this. We are going to hide our place with in style.
Why does it look like Twisted is not wearing pants? I mean,
I'm the only one wearing pants, ironically.
So technically he is, yes. Technically he is the only person wearing pants. He found some cursed golden pants. Ooh, nice.
The curse of binding is a bitch.
Yeah, so
and it's gonna turn green, and we can make the Statue of Liberty.
Yay! That's gonna take a while. Yeah, these are gold pants. That's what he's wearing.
Look at my butt.
No, I'm good.
You were looking at it while I was doing that.
So this is what your model looks like. This is mine. He has pants on. I technically don't.
Also, hi Nevi!
Yep.
In terms of a hand job. Oh. Just the Midas touch.
Damn it. Devin, don't you have D&D today? I thought today was like D&D.
Wait, who has D&D today?
Nevia Flame.
Oh, hi, Nevi.
Yep, Panda's here too. The hell game's here. Oh. It would have been this morning. I'm sad. Sorry to hear that, Nevi. I hope you get better soon.
Nevi, stop dying, please.
All right.
Oh! I know. Oh, a withered upgrade kit. An emeradic claim anchor can be a withered claim anchor. What the fuck is a claim anchor?
Well, the claim anchors. I for the Lord to tell us what they are.
Oh yeah. What does the great Lord say?
Hold on. Oh Lord. Thank you.
There's no fucking way. If this is an actual thing, Bulldog, you are going to love me. Oh! Bulldog, where you at?
I'm on the roof.
Hey!
I'm on
I have a gift for you. I have a gift for you. I believe you can take care of yourself now. You want to know why?
Uh-huh. Oh my!
Go.
Oh Lord!
Oh!
Save this child before I kill his ass.
So it works. And that was cool as shit. So you might want to go get your stuff real quick. Did you have full health before that hit you?
Mm-hmm.
I one-shot you by knocking you off the house. So Bulldog. Come over here, but not that close.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say right about there. I'd say right. Hey, I'll do it again. No, Bulldog!
That was half my health.
It's just an AoE that just, if you hold down your axe. I want to kill the zombie with it. So
have fun. Yes!
Oh, yeah, you got Preacher Bulldog. Oh, there's a zombie stuck here. Oh, God, the reload time on this axe is atrocious. But you know what? I'm okay with it.
Hello, my child. What can I do for you today? Yes.
I'm so sorry. Your first death was to me because I fucked up.
Mm.
Hey, it's the cave that I went into. Hi.
Yes. And the Lord told me to back the fuck out. Yes.
Can I cook eggs in this? Hold on. You can cook eggs and make fried eggs. Excellent. Oh fuck.
So is Twisty your bad luck charm? At this point,
No, because I died first. Bulldog is my bad luck charm.
you died because you punched Turtle. Don't blame me on that shit. Don't blame me on that shit.
Listen, Linda.
Mm-hmm.
Listen. I did not die because I punched a turtle. I died because after I punched a turtle, someone got revenge.
Mm-hmm.
There's a difference.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Also, you did get me killed in Dead by Daylight as well.
No. That does not count. That does not fold over to this game. No.
Mm-hmm.
No. Not doing it. I did not get you killed, by the way. I made you prestige and lose all your shit. There's a difference.
Mm-hmm.
You got me killed after that, though.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Plus, that's not on recording, so that technically did not happen.
Oh, I recorded it.
Oh, fuck. Please tell me it was just your memory.
I have a very vivid memory.
I'll give you vivid something.
My survival got you killed. That is true.
Yeah, no. Nevi got us killed.
All right, we have a bucket now, so we're good on that stuff.
Give me bucket. Actually, I'm gonna make another bucket. You keep that bucket.
All right. I mean, the bucket's in that chest where all the seeds are.
Fine, I'll clean it out. I know what I did.
Oh, I need another axe. How much iron do we have now?
Or
did you
have 13 in the furnace? We have 13.
Okay. I'm just gonna make a iron axe then.
Are you gonna be Farmer Bulldog?
I'm gonna be Farmer Bulldog, and you're gonna be Miner Twisted right now.
I don't want to go mining though. I can farm, but then I'll get bored of it, and then I'll come bug you.
That's why I'm doing That's why I'm doing it.
Damn it. Well, you know what? Hey, I have something better than that.
What's that?
A watering can.
Nice. That's actually really good because the water cans are overpowered if I remember correctly.
Bulldog. I need bucket of water.
Well,
I fucked up. Apparently it drains water whenever you use it.
Fuck, God dang it. Hold on.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna try and keep the plants alive. I just need to get a bunch of water.
Hold on, I'm coming now.
I'm trying so hard.
Oh shit! All right, we didn't lose anything. We didn't lose anything.
Oh,
We didn't lose anything. It's fine.
Sweet potatoes.
There we go. It worked. We're good. We're good.
You know what? I'm gonna chalk this up to both of us having a wonderful time.
There you go.
We let out Bartholomew.
Fuck. It's fine. I got a bunch of eggs. We're good.
Here, I'll give you this. I'll give you this so I don't fuck it up anymore. So it's not
Alright.
on me whenever shit happens. Here, it is next to this wood. Have a watering can.
Thank you.
Watering can.
I'm also gonna start doing trees here. In just a bit.
It's treason. Hey, I got a notification. Hey, I got gifted a sub to somebody I can't even say the name of. Yay!
Yay!
Because
they're a YouTuber. Oh, it's in another language.
I was about to say, wait. Hold on. I'm trying to think who it might be now.
I don't think it's a community. Y'all know that's one of the other communities I'm part of.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I got the hiccups.
All right.
All right, I shall go over to the palm trees and, well, harness the power and put it in the palm of my hand.
Very nice. Very nice. Don't die.
I make no promises.
Well, if you die, just make sure it's on camera.
I am recording every second of it.
Good.
Ooh, cow! Come here.
All right.
You're an albino cow with red eyes. That's terrible. Oh, you didn't give me leather, you piece of shit. Okay. Cocoa.
Okay. We got some saplings. Oh, you know what? I just realized. You might need some bone meal. That might actually help.
Oh, you have a watering can.
I do have a water can.
Just
Which
use the
I
watering
need.
can on the,
Yep,
on
never
the-
mind. I just realized. Yep, actually, it's a lot easier now. Yay!
Yeah, make sure you're pulling water from an unlimited water supply, or else it's
Which
gonna
I'm
fuck you
doing right now.
up. Ooh, asparagus! Ew! What is asparagus used for? Asparagus seeds! Okay, I'm getting rid of that, because that is not a useful food seed thing. It's something I can chew on while I'm running around.
So, wheat gets real tall in this mod pack. What happened?
No, I was looking at your stream and I see that. Like, what?
It gets. Yeah, that's something.
That's a lot of wheat.
That's a lot. That's a little.
We could get this bread.
Get that bread.
Hey, I found a thing.
What did you find?
You remember that dungeon that you just fall into a hole and you're in it?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Well, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate.
I haven't fallen in yet, but theoretically I could. I just don't think I'm gonna survive.
Yeah,
but
probably.
I also know there's a lot of cool shit in there.
Yeah, I would wait until we got some more stuff.
Attention, we are being followed.
I know what you're saying.
Drones?
Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How you doing today?
Spider,
Save
you
yourself.
are!
Get out of here. Get out of here.
So the spider dropped. Spider stepped on a.
A pressure plate.
No, it stepped on the what's it called, the tripwire, and
Ah.
I don't like puzzles. Don't make me do a puzzle, please.
Your name's amusing. I'm glad you found amusement for my name.
I find amusement from your content.
Oh. Ouch.
Okay, never mind then.
No, I fell.
Oh shit. Oh, that's a lot of lava. I am borked.
All right.
zombie! Hi, skeleton!
All right. Let me do this. Do. All right. What do we want to do here?
Ooh, I
I
found
kind of want
blueberry.
to expand, but I kind of want to build something as well.
Oh no, that's a labyrinth.
I'm not helping you with that yet. I don't have.
Yeah,
I don't have an arm.
I'm kind of in a bit of a predicament.
Hmm. Mm, you don't say. Mm. Oh man. Let's see. Let us do. All right. So this is what we're gonna do. I've been thinking about it, but this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna keep here. I think this is gonna be like just bulk storage for right now. We're gonna. He probably is, and I wish him all the luck.
Twisted in a predicament. Twisted is in a coinky. Oh, what is that?
See, he's fine.
That's a drowned spawner.
Oh, have fun with that, because I ain't. I'm not helping with that.
Leather. Yay. That's exactly
Alright.
what I needed. All right.
All right, let's get a floor going here. Yeah, let's get a
Ground
floor.
spawner is broken. They don't attack really out of the water unless it's dark, in which case. Is that a baby drown? Oh. Oh, they're not attacking me because I'm not in the water. So
Yep.
they really do not give less of a shit about me.
No, I mean, which is good because actually, if we didn't break that spot, we could just make that XP farm.
Yeah, I was about to say if we didn't.
You broke it completely, didn't you?
Oh, 100%. I did not want to get jumped by more drowned because they make me jump. It's squeamish.
Okay, never mind then. Right now we are just gathering resources, and I am just gonna make a place to put crap at because I don't want our place we're sleeping at filled with junk.
Hey, Bulldog.
Yes, how can I help you?
How do you feel about horses?
That's
I'm gonna take these sticky pistons and this redstone because
it depends. Like when we talking about horses here, what are we talking about horses here? Like what? Okay, you got horses. I'm guessing.
I have 5 different pieces of horse armor.
I mean, our horses are gonna be styling, I guess.
Hell yeah! I've got diamond horse armor, gold. Oh, sorry, 6 pieces of horse armor.
Oh shit!
Yeah, your boy did a thing.
Did you really just because you got the diamond horse armor?
No, it's actual diamonds.
What? Oh my god.
Yep. your boy.
You got our horse is gonna have that drip.
Well, Bulldog, I now have a 3rd piece of diamond horse armor.
Oh my god! Why?
Because I'm a fucking badass when it comes to I am dungeoneering to the extreme right now.
Like how on earth do you have 3 things of diamond horse? We don't even have a horse yet.
Listen. We don't question the twisted. Twisted knows things. Now to go to the other side of the map. Oh, actually, hold on. There's pistons.
That's actually kind of scary.
Good.
Oh man.
Keep you on your toes.
Yeah. All right.
Redstone. I got redstone stuff. I'm getting rid of a curse of vanishing shovel.
Nice. All right. Yeah, this just is gonna be like a small shack. I just want to put some chests in here. Everything organized until we do a bigger storage thing later. Also, let me just sleep real quick so I don't die.
Oh shit! I'm getting jumped.
It's like I said, let me see so I don't die. All right.
Okay, I need to eat. Need to refill health. Nah, they can't rebel against us because, we're the ones who gave them the drip and they can't take it back. Or we can take it back. We have that axe.
Got that axe though.
That axe, though. Die, zombie!
Oh my god. How do I want to do the roof here? How do I want to do the roof?
I don't know, Bulldog. You tell me. How do you want to do this?
Okay, well, first I lunge it with my long sword, going straight for the center of his forehead, and I give out a prayer to my god as I strike him down with all my might.
I have a spawner in my hands.
Nice. I rolled a 12 on that. Was I able to hit the goblin?
You said a goblin?
Yeah. Yes, I'm doing all this.
Zombies, man.
Oh fuck, we're in the wrong campaign.
I just realized something. If you break the spawners down,
Uh-huh.
they give you the broken spawner.
Oh,
and it's for a
nice.
spirit, so you could just set up the farm as you go.
Actually, that's actually really helpful. We might want to do that.
Alright, I
Like-
think I'm gonna go sleep because I've fallen asleep in my chair.
Yeah, it
I have been
sounds.
for like the last 10 minutes.
Mhm.
I have a feeling it's not falling asleep in your chair. It's not your fault. Oh,
Oh my god. Jesus Christ. But you guys have fun in Minecraft. And I see you tomorrow. Good
Oh, no. Nice. Oh no. Twisting your eyes. Oh no. Oh my god.
I wish to apologize for two things. One, for the girly scream I just gave off, and
Mhm.
two,
You lost
for the next words that are going to come out of my mouth. If that's okay with you, Bulldog.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. I understand.
Fuck! Okay, sorry. There we go. I'm good. I decided I want to try out some of that forbidden soup, and yeah, it was.
He basically did.
It was a little too hot.
Okay. Well, good news is I now have a storage for us, a storage area.
Oh, good. It's really good. Bulldog.
Is Twisted all right? Twisted. It's gonna take a moment. Twisted was on a very high, on a very high right
How
there.
the fuck do I get to my stuff?
Oh no!
Fuck.
And he just,
All right,
and he,
you know what? I have an idea. I'm gonna use these flower pots strategically in this dungeon, and I'm gonna place them down and hope the lava doesn't burn them up. And then I'm gonna
Okay.
Legend of Zelda this bit. Oh my god! It burns them up.
There you go.
Oh, I stopped the lava flow with a flower pot.
Nice.
I am Legend of Zelda. I am Lunk.
Oh my god, it's having a great time. That was
Fucking phenomenal.
Oh my
Fucking
god.
phenomenal. It's wonderful. Having a fucking grandiose time right now. Yeah.
Oh man. Oh man. Okay.
Break my own head real quick. That's two, by the way. That's two.
That is 2 deaths.
Get my fucking pants done real quick.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Yeah, that
that's
works.
right. These things have buckets in them. I now have 3 more buckets. Stupid fucking dispenser pieces of
There you
shit.
go. Cool.
Fucking dungeon. Fuck this.
All right.
God damn it.
Tell me how you really feel.
Fuck! Oh, TNT! Oh god! That could have been bad!
that could have been really bad. Let me make some torches here so we can make some
There's a bunch of redstone!
Jesus.
There's a oh fucking hell, stupid silverfish.
There you go.
Stupid fucking silverfish. God, fuck this dungeon, man. Oh,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
a lava pit!
Probably need to put a button in here as well. so we can just close it as well.
It's parkour over a lava pit to get to the other side. Thankfully, I came prepared. Not so thankfully, I'm a liar. I did not come prepared. Oh fuck. All right. I'm gonna just break some stone bricks.
Hold on. What's how do you make buttons now? They should be the same, right?
You pick them up off the ground.
Yeah, just fault.
Oh, you have to smelt stone down.
Oh, right, that's right. I'm trying to do cobblestone. That's why. My bad.
Just make wooden buttons.
I could make a wooden, but stone would look so much better. It's fine. Yeah. Yes.
The dungeon that I was a part of, the one that I just died in,
is
connected to an underground mine shaft.
Wow.
So we might I might be late for dinner. Not gonna lie,
right.
late for dinner.
All right.
For the next couple days.
Well, have fun. Don't die. I'm gonna just keep doing over here. Y'all, you have fun.
Keep doing it over there.
Oh God. All right, I'm gonna get some glass here.
Ooh, there's a chest up there. I want the chest. If that chest is full of TNT, I swear to God.
Panda just left, I think. Unless she's like in chat still. I think she just left though.
Yeah, she just went to bed.
Yeah.
She was like, "Good night, guys. I'm actually gonna go pass out now."
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe her. I get. Oh my God! Why? Why do blocks catch on fire randomly? God, I hate this.
I like how my gameplay is like the peaceful one right now. But Panda, is the surprise done though?
Is the what?
Don't worry about it.
The what, Bulldog? I heard something about a surprise.
Yes, the surprise. Don't worry about it.
Oh no. By the way, I have booze in my fridge. It wants me to TNT run.
Yeah, no. Twisted will be
this will be on YouTube.
Yeah, he'll put this on his YouTube channel.
Oh. So it's a TNT run.
Yeah, have fun with that.
I have a pickaxe.
Yeah, have fun with that.
I kind of want to just set it off to set it off.
Oh, God.
But I also know that if I do that, I'm going to fucking die. Because I am not.
Let's do this. I think we want to put like 4 pieces.
I'm just breaking this dungeon. Fuck this place.
Yeah, we'll do it like that.
Bulldog's making the house pretty. I'm making sure I'm not blood splattered when I come home.
There you go.
I am the dungeon crawler. I do have sticky pistons, so we can make a nice door.
Nice.
Some might even say it's adorable. Did I got to the end of the dungeon and there's nothing here.
It's great.
What just happened?
Oh, no, that is so good. Oh my God. Oh, that was actually really good, Pat.
I feel cheated.
Oh, there we go.
I made
it lag.
I made it to the end of the dungeon and there is nothing here.
Oh, that sucks.
I'm blowing it up.
Okay. What should I do for the roof here? I'm never good at roofs. That's the problem. Let's remove this here.
I just realized I could have probably just, taken all the TNT out of this and just kept it for myself. But you know what? That was satisfying.
It sounded good to me, Bat.
Oh, man. If I break that, there's lava underneath there, and that won't be good for my health.
No, well not.
That's oh, I hate dripstone. Come on. Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
So,
I lit the mine shaft on fire. Oh no.
wow. So usually in Minecraft, I get to the point where I just want to start automating everything, which means two things.
Yeah.
One, we need a lot of iron. Two, a lot of redstone. And three, we need to go take a trip into the
Into our
nether.
favorite rocket ship?
No, not this time.
Aww.
Yeah,
I
unfortunately.
mean, the rocket ship to hell is still a rocket ship.
Yeah, that's true. But
the only problem is with it being 117, we still need diamonds.
Are you gonna make a mining hole? I might make a mining hole. I might make a mine. Not that kind of hole. we might do a mining hole just to like see what's just underground. I keep on hitting. Oh my god! I gotta keep remember hitting the button.
Woo! I don't trust. Okay, a minecart with TNT. If you smack it, it does not explode. Thank God.
That is good. Yes, that is good. That is good. There we go.
That could have been bad.
There we go.
I found some stuff.
Nice. Did you find your tombstone?
Oh yeah, I've already found my tombstone.
All right.
You know what? We've got so much diamond horse armor now. I'm getting rid of every other color. I just want the diamond.
It's all right.
Like
I would say like start coming back just so you don't lose any of it again.
That would be a great thing to do if I knew exactly. Oh, that's a TNT break! Oh shit!
So Twist is gonna die. Let's find a place to dig into this hill.
Dig to the hills. Oh, it killed the creeper. Oh, and it lit the TNT.
Hey, you know what? Let's do this. You were good.
Oh, this is great. I'm having a wonderful time.
I'm glad to hear.
That's a hole.
I'm glad to hear you're having fun.
yeah, totally. That's the word I would use to describe this.
Fun. All right, I need torches.
Fun. It's more TNT.
Let's get some charcoal real quick. I need to make some torches before I do some deep mining.
Goodbye, creeper. I hope. Oh, there's a zombie.
You know when you kill one creeper, his brother's next to him.
Yeah. I'm waiting for the turnaround, and then there's a zombie or a creeper there, so I can get that perfectly timed scream. You know how it be. You just gotta. It's that content, yo.
Is that content?
I think someone's cooking out in the living room, and I think I'm getting wings soon.
Wings.
Yeah, Leah's gonna be frying up some wings tonight, and I'm so excited. I smell cooked. Oh, that's an azalea. A flowering azalea. Oh, it's a.
Okay. Yes.
Buddy, there's a thing that I didn't realize that could be done, and it can be done. And it's not that I can be brown, I can be blue, I can be violet sky. No,
Wow. Got that.
I don't think it's a creeper. What are you doing, Billy?
There we go.
Oh, that lag though.
Yeah, there's a bit of lag.
Pop, open up the door, it's real. You know what? I'm gonna just dig straight up and I'll see you on the surface.
Okay.
Oh, I'm in the ocean. Actually, this will make it a lot easier.
That would make it a lot easier, yes.
Hey, look! I found the ocean!
Alright.
Can I have some coordinates from you real quick, dog?
Yeah, hold on. Let me just do something.
Oh, fucking Christ! Fuck off, you son of a bitch!
Having fun over there? Negative 512, 75, negative 512.
I don't need no stinking iron horse armor. I got me a barnacle tooth. Negative what now?
Negative 512. Negative 512. 75, negative 512.
There you go. Wow, what a fucking place to have a home. Negative 512, negative 512. That's awesome.
Yep.
Good news. I have another barnacle tooth. Bad
Nice.
news. I'm
Nice,
about 400 blocks out. But even better news. How would you like to go to hell today?
No, I'm good.
I have enough diamonds to make a diamond pickaxe.
Oh my god.
We could theoretically we could go.
Theoretically,
Is it a good idea?
yes. Yes, here's the thing. I have no armor. I'm about to go mine for iron.
Oh, I have iron.
I want a lot more iron.
What iron armor? Because I have 23 iron ingots on me.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, one's my iron.
Yeah, we can make us some armor. I can keep my gold pants so I can trade and not get fucked up by piglins.
That's probably still gonna happen, but okay.
Oh yeah, it's happening. But like if you wear gold, they won't fuck you up as much.
That's true.
They'll actually trade with you too. Trade.
All right, there we go. Which one is our hand for?
Our hand is the things at the end of our arms that used to choke people who were into that kind of thing.
Okay, I was about to just fucking like come through the screen and just fucking murder your ass for that one. All right, we're done.
See, Bulldog's into the choking.
All right.
I don't hear a denial.
I am so glad this is an 18 plus stream. Oh my God.
You could just tell me to fuck off.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you still can. If you want to tell me to fuck off, I will fuck off. It's fine. I'm good at fucking off.
I mean, is that just something you learn when you get married?
Bulldog?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I was about to say, did you move my copper? But no, you set up storage.
No, your copper is. I haven't moved all the copper yet. Your copper is in the other chest on the left side.
Can I item dump in here real quick?
You can item dump in storage, which you're organizing.
Fuck. Damn it! I hate organization.
Mm-hmm.
So unorganized.
If you're gonna dump, you organize. Hold on, let me do something real quick.
I have an idea, and I need it for this because we have the perfect place to put this. It's so cute. I'm proud of that. I'm proud of that. I'm proud of my contribution.
Wow. Oh.
So, 4 pieces of diamond horse armor, 3 golden apples, 8 sticky pistons. I got 10 chests. I have 52 rope, which I still have not figured out what it's used for.
Okay. Can't wait until tomorrow. What's going on tomorrow?
Oh, Bulldog, are you heading back?
Oh yeah, that's right. That is tomorrow. What's up?
There.
Ooh, we got some glow sticks.
Yeah, I got you some glow sticks.
Nice. Nice. Got the azalea bushes.
Yeah,
very
yeah.
Nice,
Gotta make the house look a little, gotta get that spiffiness going,
Let me do something real quick.
I also have another gift for you that you might fall in love with, so don't go too crazy with it.
You got me singing it now. Fuck.
Okay, so I have.
I need the map.
There's an Enderman nearby. Oh, N.
No, I need the controls for the map.
Oh, N and M. Or B, I think sets a waypoint.
Yeah, B's for the waypoint. I wanted to reduce the stuff that's showing to me. That's what I'm trying to do. I do need to see set a waypoint though. I'm trying to remember what it is.
let's see. Go down or press M and go to the there's settings, and then there's a map switching options on the far left.
Okay. There you go. Thank you.
Yep, gotcha.
I don't want the footsteps on.
I think you might like this.
Mini map settings. There we go. Thank you. Whatever you gave me.
I gave you some redstone and a redstone repeater.
Ooh, that's actually real good.
Ooh.
Where is
Right,
okay.
I'm just gonna. Oh, there is one other thing that I need to show you. So whenever we get the thing, we can do the thing.
All right,
For
cool.
All
right, cool. You've done it? You madman. Wait, is that what I think it is? Yes, it is.
Number 13.
All right. Let's do this. I'm gonna figure out what we're doing. So stone goes in here. We'll do like food in this one, I guess.
So Bulldog, I'm gonna go collect some stuff to do a thing, and before we get any further with all of that, I am actually going to request that we get something from this place so we can go somewhere else. It's
Which
Vegas
would be
fuck.
okay.
So-
Where you?
We need to go to the Nether.
Damn it! I knew that's what you were gonna say.
We need to go to the Nether, but
Okay.
we need to get something from the Nether specifically.
What do we need to get from the Nether? May I ask?
We need to get glowstone.
Oh, we're already going there.
I want to so bad. I want the armor. The armor is the best.
All right. Where's that iron? I'm gonna make me some armor.
Yeah. It's in the chest.
Yep, I see it. Yeah, I see it.
If you have enough to make an extra helmet and an extra chest plate and an extra set of boots, it would be much appreciated.
All right, so fuck. God damn, that's gonna be stuck in my head. So that is gonna be stuck in my goddamn head.
Fuck.
All right. Oh my god.
Wait.
You said
my God.
you said chest plate, right?
I need helmet, chest plate, and boots, please. And then I would also make some diamond boots for or some gold boots for yourself if you can.
And don't know if we have that much gold. Well, you have those blocks, right? Where are you?
Yeah, at? I'm over at the broken portal.
Okay, hold on real quick. So,
I think we're one obsidian short.
I mean, we can break it off from the broken portal.
Yeah, I'm on the broken portal.
Oh, okay.
That's why I'm saying we're short.
Ah, damn it.
What does crying obsidian do again?
Nothing. It just looks nice, if I remember correctly. Hey, sheep. And then Saturday, Series Tricks of Stars. Oh yeah, I honestly can't wait to just see this new season of Dancing with the Stars. And I usually don't say that about Dancing with the Stars. There you go.
Oh, it makes a spatial ender chest.
Yeah. That's right.
An end respawn anchor, a regular respawn anchor, a skulk sensor.
Yep. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break right here, about 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
I feel that.
Yeah, we're gonna do that real quick. Okay. Oop. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Cool. The music is actually pretty good. Damn. Let me turn the music down just a bit, though. Just a bit. There we go. And then we'll do that like a 60. Cool. I also need to do that on right there. Cool. There we go. Yeah, we're back. Oh, I knew what I was gonna do. If we're going into the Plus Paint as a fan of her. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, I can't wait to see the new Dancing with the Stars. The lineup look the roster seemed amazing. Hopefully it's good too. Hopefully. We're gonna make some booties. Just some booties. There we go. Alright, there we go. Oh, we got a sword, right? No, we got the war axe. Alright, so we got the iron war axe, so that should be good. I think we had, if I remember correctly, we still need a little bit more. Let me just do something real quick. Take some of these peaches. Actually eat something right now. Actually, we probably need to eat till we're full health here. Let's eat till we're full. There we go. All right, cool. All right. While we're waiting for Twisted to get back, let's check our crops real quick. They should be close. 80% mature. Nice. Those are good. Mature. Nice. That's gotta take a little bit. Mature. Very nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, we should be good to harvest this. It's fairly soon. We might want to expand it out just a bit. What we might do is like do an entire like wheat farm as well. Also, we need to find some sugar cane so we can get some paper. All right. Nice. I don't need this anymore, so we're gonna break that. Cool. Oh. Bad. Not bad. Where's my hoe? I did not want to do that. Fuck, I need a shovel, not a hoe. Why did I say hoe? I need a shovel. Do I have any sticks? Yes, I do. Give me all this dirt. Probably get some building blocks as well when we get in there. There we go. And then we'll do something like have a kind of a path going down. There we go. Oh. Very nice. All right. Boom. Just realized now it's just like too quiet. Let's put like that 30. There we go. That might be better. All right. While we're waiting, let's just chop some more trees down. Chop some little trees down and there's a bat. Okay. Very nice, very nice. Oop, I almost forgot that one. Get all this. Very nice, very nice. Boom, 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 boom. I was gonna see, like, how are we doing on food? I just realized that. I wonder. Actually, let me check something. Is apple juice a thing? No, it's not. Oh, yeah, it is. What we need for apple juice. So, all food purpose food press, glass bottle, and the apple. I don't know why, but I've been listening to podcasts more. I've also been listening to podcasts a lot as well. Like, I feel like sometimes if I just want to like relax or if I'm doing work, I'll just put on a podcast. There's nothing wrong with podcasts. Hey, Twister, you there now? As you stare at the door. Okay. Through your shift. I mean, I would do that too. Like, I feel like sometimes podcasts can just help you like get through like mundane tasks or like just like tasks, like tough tasks you're doing, because it kind of takes your mind off like some of the stuff you're doing. All right. Yeah, exactly. I like how the music is just like picked up. Jeez, hold on. And that was at 30. Holy shit. Alright. Alright, let's get this wood here. Feel like we should be closing in enough building blocks. Probably get some dirt as well, just so shit doesn't catch on fire while we're in there. Oh, there's an M-Man here.
Ah!
Were you just waiting for me to open the door?
Yeah. I've been back for a couple minutes.
I know. I even said, hey, Twist, how you doing? Because I saw that you moved towards the door. He's like, are you just going to stand there? Okay, cool.
Did I scare you?
No.
Damn it. Damn it. All right, so we still need one more piece of obsidian.
Okay.
Ooh, spiders. Come here.
There's an Enderman nearby, too. There we go. There we go. Get some of these peaches. Nice.
I have 2 buckets. I will go find lava and I will fight God!
Is there not lava over here? Nope, never mind. No,
Actually,
I was just
we might
checking.
have to dig around for it.
Yeah, hold on.
Or it might be underwater. We have to go on an underwater quest to obtain it!
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, that's one.
No, we just got my blocks. Which I'm going to take some of these. Because I'm going to need them for later.
Oh shit. The Twisted of the Lake is here.
Ah, I see.
He has wisdom.
Does he?
He has wisdom to share. Sorry. No false expectations here.
All right.
Twisted Stranger wants you to know that bananas do not go up the butt.
I mean, it depends on how desperate you are.
If you're a normal functioning member of society.
There you go. There you go.
Any other time, it's free game.
Oh, what's over here? Hold on.
Ooh, that original hole that we found whenever we first started over here that I was scared to go down.
Yeah, I'm not going down there.
Oh, there's copper.
Glad there's copper. I'm not going down there.
No comment on the hiccup. Good, thank you.
No, I heard it.
Oh shit.
Oh, what's this?
Oh no.
Oh, it's a villager. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's a villager statue thingy.
Oh, nice. Hey, pig. How you doing?
Do I have why it's there? No. Do I want to know? No.
Not really.
I'm good. To each his own. He's vibing. I'm vibing.
Mm-hmm.
And we just vibe together.
We just vibing. We just vibing.
You're vibing. I'm screaming.
Yes. Speaking of vibing, hold on.
You were gonna say, speaking of screaming, hold on. Ah! That's right. Bulldog's not a screamer. Never mind. Parkour.
I like how my game lag when you did that.
It was the slow motion.
Because I had tab out to start my my Spotify, and it just went like super slow. I was like, oh, we're doing this now, huh?
All right, I'm jumping in the water.
All
I
right.
am exiting the water.
Okay. Oh, is there any you see any sugarcane over there?
Oh, do you need some? There's some in the chest at home.
Oh, there's. I'm gonna make it some quick sugarcane farm
Lit.
because we need paper.
What do we need paper for?
Well, if
Is that the
if we're-
entrance to a mine shaft? Oh no.
Probably.
It is. It's the entrance to the mine shaft I explored. This is the proper way to enter it.
Ah,
Never
see the.
Never mind. Oh my god. If I would have taken one more step, that would have been it. There's the water at the bottom of that hole.
There we go. Nope.
I'll grab some sugar cane as well. I found some over here.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
So that was weird.
Current.
So we got 3. Okay, cool.
Yep. I just got 10 more.
Nice. Put this along the beach.
Yeah, we could set up a sugarcane farm and just fucking go at it.
Yeah.
In the sugarcane. Just.
I want vein mine.
Is that a hand smack in the ass or is that sugarcane? Well, I don't know.
Oh shit! That actually looks kind of cool.
Oh,
you come back? Yeah, because of where I placed it.
Oh, that's dope. I had some that turned like a really dark red.
Yeah.
Okay, I need to have my I need to have my sword out in case one of those fucking things comes after me again. I'm also like, I have no fucking clue where I'm gonna find lava.
You're mature. You're not mature, so let's not break you.
I am mature enough.
I accidentally still broke you. Fuck.
Yeah. Sweet. Thank you. So guess what? The chicken's ready.
Hey, nice.
I found cranberries.
All
You know what cranberries go good with?
What's that?
Some cream.
Yes. Yes, they do.
Some berries and cream.
Wow. You just wow.
I've been seeing that shit all over TikTok. I hate it. They're doing fucking Panic at the Disco remakes and then just singing to it. It's just, yeah.
Alright. You're mature.
Bulldog!
Yes.
Bulldog, buddy.
Yes.
It's there. The ship.
Oh, we're actually that close to the ship?
I found a ship, yeah. It's a purple sailed ship. Or a white sailed ship with some purple on it.
Oh, nice.
That's the Vindicator ship. Oh, no.
Yeah, no. Actually, no. We probably don't want to mess with that just yet.
Yeah, no. Do we have any more? Sorry, my voice gets high pitched when I'm scared. Do we happen to have any more iron? Because I don't want to go in using an iron battle axe because this thing's so damn slow.
Don't know. Actually, you might want to check.
I could suicide run it.
You could.
But I've also got all the obsidian, and that would be, dumb.
Yes, it would.
It's a totem of undying spawner. It is a totem of undying spawner, and we would, hands down, have no more deaths. Well, we would still die, technically, but we would undie immediately after.
Yes.
I'm also in a desert looking for lava, so if you hear me scream, I've fallen in.
Okay.
Yeah. Just to let you know.
Thank you for the warning.
Yep.
All right.
Shouldn't happen, but it's always a just in case.
Yep, that's true. Shouldn't happen. Yeah, somehow it still happens, huh?
Listen, is that judgment in your voice I hear?
No, absolutely not.
Good. I was starting to worry.
Me judged? No.
A forgotten war? What the hell happened here? Oh, it's a journal. I can read. Oh, okay. That's I found a village with a pyramid underneath it.
Ooh. All right, let's do this.
I'm gonna go play in it and see what happens.
We're gonna make some room for this.
What you making room for?
Some big ass trees.
Yeah. Oh, that means a waystone's over here.
Oh, right? That's right. Yep. If you're near a village, there should be a waystone.
Oh dear God, that's a lot of stuff. Oh, wheat, which means bread, which means I don't go hungry anymore.
That that does mean you don't go hungry anymore.
Ding dong, ding 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 dong. I don't know where I'm going. How far into the desert did you go, Bulldog?
Pretty far. Why?
I'm assuming you found the witch's tower next to the village?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, that is like right on top of the village. We could make money.
We could. We definitely could make money. Or we could die.
That's beside the fact. I want to go around looting chests. There's no waypoint in here, sadly.
No.
But still, it is just in the desert, like relatively close to the house. Okay, I'm gonna go into that. I'm gonna go into the pyramid that's like connected to the village. It's also a big fucking village. Holy shit! Hey, look, another one of those dungeons that I died in. I could get lava from there, because there's lava in the thingies.
Huh, that did not work the way I wanted it to work. Okay.
Oh shit. There go my ankles. My ankles! Alright, here we go. Going down the pyramid so I can hit that pressure plate so I can get the fuck out of here.
Nice.
Not step on it, obviously, but like...
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I wanna get my shit and I wanna get out.
Alright.
Dive into
emeralds. The stuff I don't want to eat right now. We'll put that in there. We'll keep you in there as well. Want to start moving some of this stuff into storage.
Well, Bulldog, I have good news.
What's that?
I've got the final piece of the puzzle for getting horses.
Do you have a lead?
I just got 2 saddles.
Nice.
Yeah. TNT is gonna make me happy. Because I'm gonna blow it up.
Alright. Alright, so we got all this.
I accidentally right-clicked on a slab and I sat down trying to get back up this pyramid.
Oh no, that's not good.
Alright, here we go. And I am out of the pyramid.
Nice.
Am I in any immediate danger? Am I going to get jumped? Probably.
Probably.
Thanks for the support.
No problem.
Ooh, bread. All right, I'm gonna go collect all of those hay bales, so we have bread for days.
Nice.
Move all these building blocks.
Boom, 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 boom. Where do I put this? Yeah, I'll put it here. Put all the wood stuff in here.
Would you look at that?
Fuck you.
All right, I am going to stand inside of a villager house over here, so I can go get food because the wife just informed me that the food is ready.
No problem. No problem.
And yeah, I will sit at my. Oh, scratch that. Hold on. I will sit in the villager house. I will be right back.
All right, I'm gonna do some mining. Then we have this started here. We just need to go further. Yeah. Let's go this way. Yeah, let's go this way. Get some stone. Boom, do, 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 do. We also need some coal. Speaking of which, there's our coal. Boom. Oh, that's very nice, very nice. Give me all the coal. Give me all your coal. Bum, bum, do, 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 do. Bum, do, 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 do. Go. There we go. There we go. And there we go. Very nice. Alright. Yeah, let's continue this way. Well, we can just fill this in. There you go. Yeah. I need to get, I gotta figure out what shaders I want to use. Trying to think what good shaders I can use. We did get enough. We got some coal. That's good. Do we have any iron left? I don't think we do. I think I used it for our armor. Not that one. This one. No, we do not. E. Got some charcoal though. That's good. Let's put this coal in here. Yeah, we're gonna have to go stone, aren't we? We're gonna have to go stone. Alright. Let me get some wood. Let's take half of this. Let's get some sticks. Very good. Very good. Okay. Apparently I did not make a snow one. Okay. Alright. Alright, let's go. Alright. And let's go down here this way. Alright. Let's keep going. Oop. Little lag there. Little lag. It's fine though. Alright. Hopefully you can find some iron because, God, we need it. We need so much. Alright. Alright. Just relaxing mining stream. See, there's a bunch of creepers. That's always good. Where are we at right now? We're at 20. Cool. Oh. Okay. Found a mine shaft. Very nice. Very nice. I wonder if that's one that Twist has already found, though. Oh. So, there we go. Let's get all the coal we can get. There we go. Very nice, very nice. We can put that there. Cool. Let's keep going this way. There we go. And then let's head down. Yeah, let's do that. Hey, there we go. Got some copper. Fine. Got some copper. Yep. There we go. Oop, there's a little bit more here. Alright, cool. Alright. Onward to the deeps. Ooh, got some lapis? Let's not mine this just yet. How much is there? Okay, let's mine around it real quick. Okay, so only the two. Cool. All right, cool. All right. Looks like we're about to like get into some shit soon. All right, where are we at? We're at 5. Cool. I need to go up a bit. About right here. All right, I'm back. I finally got home for nice. Welcome back, J. Will. What all have I missed? Twisted, dying, and screaming like a girl. Mostly it. Glad to hear you back from work, man. Nothing new. Yep, that's true. Nothing new. Hey, we got gold. Nice. The problem is I don't want to get this until I get an iron pick. There we go. Ooh, that sounds terrible. That sounds terrible, J. Will. Ugh. I do not envy you at all. Stone pickaxes. Where's my fucking iron? I've been pretty like chill. The days like, you know, my weekends are kind of my days off from everything. Did a little bit of work, but not like something that was like gonna be like super stressful. But yeah, very chilled.
You know, I could hear the whole time, right?
Yeah, I know.
I was just grabbing some food.
And I was talking to J. Will, and J. Will asked what did he miss, and I told him what he missed.
You know, you could have put it in somewhat of a manlier way of me screaming. It's.
But then at that point, I would be lying, wouldn't I?
Lie!
Oh man.
Also, Jay Will, fuck you. That's all.
He was telling the story exactly how it went. Yeah, exactly how it went.
There is obsidian in this witch's tower, and I'm going to go steal a piece.
All right, good luck.
Just keep an eye on the feed for like. Oh, she saw me. She saw me. She saw me.
Of course, she saw you.
She poisoned me and herself.
That's a big old fuck you there, right there.
Yeah, you dumb bitch. Not you, Bulldog. You're a lovely person.
Mm-hmm. There you
That
go.
being said, I did kill the witch. I did break the spawner. I do have the hiccups.
I do hear that. Yes.
Fuck you. He was telling the story exactly how it went. That's not exactly how it went, though. There was.
But Jay Will, if you would like to join voice chat, Jay Will, you are free to do so.
No, not again. I mean, what? Yeah, totally. I'm poisoned for no more seconds, but I'm still poisoned for some fucking reason.
The silly fella in this room makes me happy. I'm glad it does. That silly fan is your friend right now. Treat him well.
Fuck? What the fuck just happened?
All right. So
I wish I was kidding, apparently one of the witches stepped on a pressure plate upstairs and blew it to all hell. Because there was TNT next to it.
Oh, wow. Well, at least you didn't die.
Yeah, totally. I just need to go change my shorts real quick, but yeah.
Oh, God.
You want to go ahead and sleep real quick? I'm
not even. I'm going up. I'm going up now. I was down in the mine that I made.
I'm on my way home, but I don't know how far I'm gonna make it before my.
You on your home, sweet home?
Oh, just got shot at. All right, everything puckered back up, so I'm good.
Can't join. Hey, no problem.
J-Will getting his shit fixed? Who the hell are you? What have you done with J-Will? Fuck.
Look, sometimes we all have to just be adults.
Nah.
And that's why you lose, good sir.
But, my good sir, I haven't been loose. Ow! I just got shot in the ass as I said that. Okay,
I'm not
sorry.
the person paying to fix it. So, yeah, he's not. I mean, still, you're getting it's game fixed, right?
I found corn. A lot of nice corn.
Time crime. Hero says they call me undead and abomination. Better get yourself prepared for zombie chasing. Once I'm on your tail, I cannot be stopped.
Corn seed
I'll keep slamming on your door until I knock IT off. G-R-R-R-R-R-R is one of 3 words in my vocab. If I say blah blah, then you made me mad. And if you push me, I'll push you back. My skin is green and my heart is black.
All right. So,
Nice. How you doing, Time Crime? Oh my god.
Can I? Gold, iron. I have 8 iron. I have 2 emeralds.
Yeah, I pay the rent on the 3rd of each month, I think. Yeah, that's true.
J-Will with the okay.
I searched Minecraft rap and found that beauty. Nice.
Oh. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Crime Time. It's just like Time Crime, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to be nice for once. Never mind. All right, I'm turning all this hay into bread. Do you need bread?
Bread would be good. Bread would be good.
Go, come here.
Oh man, I'm outside.
I'm behind you.
Oh shit! Keep come over here. We have a guest.
I see it. What up, bitch? Can I get the range on it? Oh, I can.
Hey, buddy.
Oh,
hey,
pull on. That was needed. The creeper died after I did that.
Wait.
What? I'm gonna say this. They cancel each other out. Yes, I did hit you. But the creeper died and did not blow up the house.
Okay, sure. Yeah, that's good.
I killed it with that move because my axe was not charged up properly.
Oh my god.
So we are, as the kids say these days, we Gucci.
Yeah, we Gucci.
I'm gonna go make a portal over here so it's not so in our ears.
Sure. We something. That's what we are. We are something.
We're a special kind of special.
I just wanted to say that's the second time you've almost killed me.
No. Not the second time I've almost killed you. Because I killed you once.
That's true. Hey, Foxy, how you doing? Everyone say hello to Foxy, my great mod.
Hey,
number one mod.
The one I didn't actually know the name of, and I made an ass out of myself yesterday meeting.
I'm alright, eating dinner. How about you? I'm doing pretty good today. Today's pretty chill today.
Hey, Bulldog.
Yep.
You want to go to hell?
God damn, let's just do this.
Yeah, we're going to hell. All right.
Why do you feel like you're sucking up? I don't know what you're talking about. I just said you're a great mod. Why do you think I'm sucking up? Hold on, I'm coming through now.
All right, I am on a bunch of soul sand, and we are.
Oh, come on!
What?
Why is this?
Oh, you pissed off Enderman. What did you do? Oh my god, that's a lot of Enderman.
I didn't look at it.
Yeah, look down. Holy shit.
What? What attacked them?
It's still attacking them. They're jumping. There's Endermites.
Oh, okay, that's why. That's also not good.
I said a hop, skip, jump. Oh, that's a lot of skeletons. Oh, fuck.
Oh, oh, we going.
Wait, we have swords.
Yes, we have swords.
Oh,
well,
and 4 more skeletons on our ass. Okay, lovely. Watch out.
Hey, you remember what I...
Bunch of boneheads.
Oh, fuck, I just realized something. I need you to take care of this. I need to unequip my, my torches. Fuck.
I'm sorry. I just killed 2 of them, though.
That's fine.
I got all of them. Ow! There's a fucking skeleton down here, Bulldog! I got with mine! You just smack me!
Oh shit, it's still back here!
Yeah, good!
Thank you for the posture check, ladies. How you doing today? Oh my god.
What's
I think
at?
Oh, I found... Okay, how about this? You take care of that. I'm gonna get this bone.
I hate you. I hate you. Oh, glowstone.
There you go. All right, get the glowstone.
Oh, it just drops glowstone and glowstone pillar thingies. I just
Nice.
need all glowstone.
All right, do we have enough to just go?
No, not even close. I have 17 glowstone dust, which equivalates to 4 glowstone. Glowstone. Oh, actually, hold up.
Oh, it's
I have 9.
God.
I need 5 more.
okay.
I need 5 more. I need 5 more glowstone.
Well, we got piglins here, so
Yeah, they won't attack us. We have gold on.
yeah.
We have more. Yay. All right, you want to toss me that real quick?
Yeah, hold on. Let me just toss you what I have. Where is it?
Everything you have.
Fuck. God damn it. There's that, and I thought I had dust on me too. No, that's all.
Oh, I have 16. Let's get the hell out of here.
Yep, let's go.
Yeah, these guys won't get pissed off at us because we're wearing gold. Unless I punch the shit out of them right now. But why would I do that?
Fuck you. Actually cooked today for the first time in forever. Oh, that's cool. What'd you cook, Foxy?
Hey, Bulldog.
Hey, what's up?
You want to explain something for everybody?
I had my torch. Oh, it's on.
You hit me first. Get in the portal. No, I want to go to heaven.
Oh my god.
Let me go to heaven, damn it.
Spaghetti, spinach, Alfredo, pancetta, mushrooms, and sun-dried tomatoes. Nice. That actually sounds really good.
That does actually sound really good.
All right, let's do this.
Can you get a bucket of water for me, please?
Yeah, did you put the bucket back where it was? No, because I know where the bucket is.
Exactly where it was.
I know where it is.
Thankfully, I had extra, and my goof did not get seen by anybody except for from my perspective, which is only going on YouTube, so I can edit it out.
Oh no, you're not editing that out. I will comment. I will comment and say why'd you edit out that part, huh?
I am giving the people what they want. The content. That was not content.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you say no editing allowed. I'm the one who
No,
edit it.
no edit. Yeah, no editing allowed. Look, I'm putting my thought. I'm gonna put my thought on YouTube with no editing.
It's time.
All right. Would you like to do the honors?
No. You do
Okay.
it, my friend.
Okay.
Let's go to heaven.
Oh, we gonna die.
No, there's no hostile mobs here.
No, that's true. There is no hostile mobs.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
There it is. We need to go higher.
Wait, hold on. There we go. Oh, that was...
Shit.
Oh.
Actually, I found purple stuff.
Oh, nice.
Oh, no, I lied. There's hostile mobs. They're coming up.
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
Or is that a rabbit?
No, that's a rabbit.
It's a bunny. It's an air bunny. It's a bunny.
Oh my god.
By the way,
Fuck us definitely content. Yeah, fuck us are definitely content.
By the way, I thought you should know. You can collect those clouds. Like you can actually mine them.
Oh yeah, that's right. All right, let's see what's down here.
All right, I got Zanite, which
this is cobble holy stone.
Yeah,
Ooh.
cobble holy stone. I want to make all the holy stuff. I want to make all the Aether stuff because this stuff is fucking amazing.
Yeah.
I do have 2 Zanite, so we can make a Zanite sword.
Okay.
But
oh shit!
also,
It's that slime. Let's stay away from that.
Yeah, I don't want to glitch anymore.
Yeah.
I got some blueberries. If you want to get some for this.
Yeah, I've got some blueberries as well. I'm just collecting them. Just want to see them.
I want the candy. Come here. You sweat. No! Oh, you can dismount them.
I told you it was there.
Yeah, but I killed it. I got the candy. Or sorry, I got a sweat ball.
I told you. Hey, there's a slime over here. Not even 2 minutes later.
Wait, is that gold or is that ambrosia? That's ambrosium, and this is the
I had air fried steak for lunch. Not bad at all. I don't know. I haven't tried to air fry in the steak yet.
Air fry in the steak? You mean air frying beef?
Air fry a steak, yes.
Yes, I've never had air fried steak either. I don't think I've ever had fried steak, but that's just kind of a
Oh, fried steak's pretty good.
I don't know. I like my steak a very specific way. And
Sure, that's fair. That's fair. I'm 50-50.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna get you something. I got you something. I got an idea.
Okay, I'm 50-50 on most air fried things.
Actually, I need. Some,
yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
I need some of the Aether sticks real quick. See how peaceful this place is until you get fucked up by slime? But you see how peaceful this place is?
Yeah, it's very peaceful. Also, we need to get more iron.
No, that's what I'm about to make you. I'm about to make you the equivalent of an iron pickaxe.
Oh, thank you. Yes,
but I need sticks.
Hold on. I might have sticks.
I think it's skyroot sticks.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
I mostly do wings and Brussels sprouts. Mistake isn't bad, especially since grill. Oh, yeah.
All right, skyroot.
I ain't afraid to admit I've woken up at 2 a.m. Thrown some. Hey, I've done that as well, Jay Will.
Here you go, buddy.
All right, hold on. Let me get these blueberries real quick.
As well. This is the equivalent of an iron pick, and I love this because look at the color.
Ooh, I like that color. Pick up. Why is she not picking up? Pick up. There we go. That thing was in the way. What's up?
Where's our portal?
Back that way. It should be back that way. Like I remember when I was like living by myself and my early a little bit like during my early years of my graduate school, I would wake up. There were a ton of times I would just wake up at like 2 a.m. just get and like cook chicken tenders. Yeah, portal's right over here where I'm at.
Okay, do you want to put a waystone down or a waypoint down so you can so we can find our way back?
Sure, can do.
Holy shit! Oh, I forgot about quick soil.
Yeah, you might want to be careful of that.
This shit's scary.
The best is 2 a.m. and mild drunk food. Yes, absolutely. Where did you go?
I went to get some more ambrosium because this is the coal of this area, and well, I mean, it's dope. Also, do you want to come down onto this yellow sand real quick?
Oh shit! What the fuck?
Yeah, and just walk.
Yeah. What the? Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Fuck! That was too fast. That was too fast. That was too fast. There's your cage right around the corner for me. Sometimes I go there. And like 600 mil. Eat half of it, and then yeah. I wish there was canes in near me, but there's not really canes in North Carolina if I remember correctly.
Oh, I'm getting that double block mining thing. I will say this though, ambrosium is going to be making a great coal setup because you can actually use the skystone to make a skystone furnace.
Oh, nice.
Is this skystone? Holy stone. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's holy stone. I was digging around to see if there was any more of it.
Oh, it's just a regular furnace. Hold on.
Yeah, we have Zaxby's. Zaxby's is pretty good. Zaxby is pretty good.
I've never had Zaxby's before.
There's one in Greenville. I don't want to go all the way to Greenville. I don't want to go all the way to Greenville for canes.
Hey, hold on.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeet.
What did you just throw?
Oh. It turned and hit you for no reason. Look. Yeet.
Nice boomerang.
Here, have it. It's a stone boomerang. They're so easy to make.
Nice.
And you just right click it and chuck it. Please don't hit me. Actually, we can use it to take on these slime dicks. I'm not gonna lie to you, I've also never had canes before, so I can't judge based on the.
Have you had Bojangles?
No. We both just missed that slime.
We literally both just there we go.
There we go. We're getting close. But we can do stuff in range now. Yeah, we got sweat balls.
I prefer Golden Chick or Chicken Express. I've never been to Bojangles. Bojangles is pretty good. I would say between Bojangles and like Popeyes, I prefer Bojangles.
I don't know. Popeyes is Popeyes is if you're drunk and you want something cheap on a Tuesday night.
Woo. I mean, that's fair. It's okay.
But it is still, it is still good. Like it's
yeah.
I'm not trashing on it. I'm just like, actually, can we fall from the sky and live? That's what you could do in the other Aether packs.
All right, look, there we go.
I also found more Zanite, so we can get closer to getting the
the
only armor that matters in this, which is the best color in the world.
Why are these things so hard to fight?
Oh, the slimes?
Yeah.
You just gotta...
Oh my god. I've like...
Sweat a little.
Nope, not helping. Oh my god, it jumped over my boomerang right there.
It's definitely.
Yeah, but
Bulldog, what's your favorite color?
Blue.
Oh, okay. Well, I can't really do anything with that one.
When Popeyes is good as S tier every once in a blue, it'll hurt. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Sometimes there are some
I don't know.
You get some good ass Popeyes, and then sometimes you're like, oh, why did I eat that?
There was a time back in the day, a little rundown restaurant where my grandfather lived. Bigger name. It was Church's. Holy shit! You could go in there and you could have a roll that's almost as good as fucking Texas Roadhouse.
Yeah. Okay. So Church's can be good. So I've eaten at some good Church's, but the one nearest me is not that good. It's not.
Oh wow. So the ambrosium actually kind of sucks. It only burns 2.5 items.
Oh, that's not good.
But you can make ambrosium torches, and they look dope as fuck.
Nice. Oh, what's this? Zanite ore. Cool.
Yeah. Use the Zanite pick on that.
Yep.
That makes armor as well, and that armor looks dope. It's purple.
Yeah,
and
like
it's a different design than regular armor.
nice. Yeah, so yeah, like I said, like I've eaten some good churches, like some really good churches, but like it's so
Yeah.
hit and miss here.
The Baptist church up the road tastes amazing, you know?
Hmm. You say that, but the church like down the road when they have their like Sunday chicken dinners, that's some good ass chicken. I ain't gonna lie. They know how to cook some chicken.
Out of all the things I expected out of this conversation, a confirmation on whether or not the chicken is good was not one of them. Oh man, I want to go to a Cane's. I've never been. Chicken is, or at least the sauce that somebody dipped their entire face into.
Jay, Will, are you East Coast, West Coast? Where are you?
He might be near you. I don't want to give away any
South
information,
Texas. There's not a Cane's in South Texas.
Oh hi.
Hey, what's up?
How many Xanite do you have?
I have 10 actually.
Oh, toss them here.
There you go.
Get naked.
I mean, we just. Okay. Hold on. I need to make a chest because I don't have space.
Plus, I want to see it on you because I think it'll look dope.
All right, there we go. Hold on, real quick. Let me put this down. Let me put some shit in here. I have so much fucking shit on me right now.
Ooh, they have Xanite chains. Oh, we can make it look good. All right, go.
All right,
I want to do just for me.
there you go.
All right,
We're good.
Go. Turn around, look at me. Put that
There.
on.
All right, let's see what it looks like. All right.
Oh, that looks dope. Yeah, F5 that. Like, look at yourself.
Okay, that's actually pretty cool. That is actually pretty cool.
Chat, he got that drip.
that's that good ass drip. The website is down, so I can't check, but there will. If there's a Williams chicken near you, avoid it at all costs. I've never heard of William chicken.
I don't trust a person named
Williams
chicken.
I mean, that's probably the same. Like, there's a place called like JJ's Fish here, and all I've been told is like, don't eat there.
You're like cutting out on my end for Discord and all that.
Hold on, real quick. Let me do something.
Okay.
There you go. It should be better now. There is a point. There is a point where I have to like just like get out of Discord and come back in. Cool.
They're just trying to fight me in a Waffle House parking lot because my middle name is William and I like Frank. Hold on. Is your middle name actually William? Because I stand by what I say about not having people fried or chicken named William. Sorry, bud. The amount of fucks I get right now have.
Yes, my middle name is actually William.
Well, you know what? You'll never fry me chicken. Hey, Bulldog, do you hear that?
What's that?
The music just kicked on, and it's Aether music. It's not Minecraft music.
Oh, I actually hold on. Let me do something real quick. I actually have the music off because I have stream beats on right now. Hold on, let me listen to music.
Actually, Foxy, I never made that connection, and yeah, that makes perfect fucking sense. That his name is J. Will.
You just realized that?
It finally clicked as to what that music is.
Oh, that's fine. Okay, I might have. Okay, so the lag is a little bad, so what we might have to do is disconnect and reconnect.
Oh, I did get a little bit away. I went to go find some more Xanite and shit.
Okay.
Because there's a specific ore that I need to get that I can only mine with Xanite.
Mm-hmm.
And it's pink. And it's called Gravity.
Okay.
But whenever you mine it, if you mine a block above it, it will start to slowly gravitate upwards. So it's one of those, you have to be careful with it.
I mean, Foxy, I remember your old username, and It's not that. So it wasn't that we didn't realize that also had your actual name, but it was Kalima, and I kept on making the Indiana Jones. There you go, Kalima. So I always made that joke because I thought that's what you were referencing.
Good job, Bulldog. Okay, so here's how this is gonna work. I got more Zanite.
Nice.
I am 8 away from getting a full set of Zanite armor myself.
Nice.
Whenever we get back, I am totally throwing on an armor stand because this shit looks so cool.
Oh yeah. Oop! I broke my pick.
Just make another one.
I don't have any more. I gave you all my Zanite. You forgot about that? You have all the Zanite.
Well, I digress.
Never seen. Yeah. So I remember that you said nope. Never. You've also told me you've never seen Indiana Jones. I was like, wow.
Oh, gravitite! I found gravitite. Get stuck in a blueberry bush. Fuck! I found the pink. I don't know if I say it like that.
No, probably not. Oh, also there's some Zanite here. Where is the portal? Oh, it's this way. Oh, it's up. That's why.
Ow, my ankles. Oh, I found a lot of gravitite. Oh, hell yeah.
Wait. It's over here, right?
Oh, yes, it gave me 2.
Nice.
A gravitite levitator? Oh, I want it. I want it all. I want the gravitite armor. It's my favorite armor in the Aether mod.
Okay, there we go. Oh, music cut out.
I understood the assignment. Seen a lot of those TikToks too. I've been liking stuff on TikTok, and it's been affecting my TikTok. And
so here's the thing. Here's the thing. You know how you avoid that? You don't get on TikTok.
But hold on, I have video ideas for TikTok stuff. One of them being whenever I get to be Solaire, whenever I finish the cosplay and all that, I'm gonna do the whole the where are you meme.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be me in a dark place, and I'm looking for my son, and it's where are you? And I'm just
wow.
Down. It's gonna be funny.
Wow, just wow.
I hope it's gonna be funny. I think it's full Solaire cosplay.
Yeah. I honestly thought you were going for the Kalima reference.
Fuck me!
Did you just really fall? Did you just really fall, dude?
I landed.
Oh my god!
I landed poorly.
Oh no!
Oh no. So guess what, buddy?
Yeah.
When you fall out of the Aether into the real world, it takes you somewhere else.
Wait, what? Where are you at? Hold on.
I am north, and I see a mushroom.
Hold on. Let me get back to the overworld real quick.
You should fall off. Maybe we could run back together.
Some of these were not. Wait, hold on. Come on.
Oh yeah, it takes a little bit to fully activate. Also, I apologize for the
there you
screaming. Go. It's just kind of what happens.
Oh, you're good. You're good. All right, cool. All right, let me see where you're at real quick.
I still want to stand by the no teleportation rule, but I also like. Oh, there's a ladder down in this dungeon, and there's bunch of wheat down there.
Actually, where the fuck are you? Actually, hold on.
Look north, north of our base. I'm on my way.
No, I'm trying to find you on the map. Actually, Because I
no, it's I'm way north of that. I'm way north of the base.
Jesus,
I don't think I'll show up because it's not a chunk that you had loaded.
Probably not. Yeah, because it's not like I'm looking at the chunks I have loaded, which is some weird chunks.
I'm on my way. I don't know the rest of the words of this song. Oh, it's loading old map chunk stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, this is what Meerkats.
But yeah, my name is hella generic, so it's Jacob Williams SM.
Hi. Sorry.
I'm gonna go fill out a job application. I'm gonna go lurking for him. Hey, no problem, J Will. Have fun.
No, Jacob is not super popular. J Will is.
Yes, he is.
Sort of shit.
Yes, J Will is super popular.
Yeah, have you heard that voice?
I know. I mean,
every night, my short's gone. I found another witch tower. No, it's a dungeon that goes underground. That. Oh no, I'm back underwater.
Have fun.
Barnacle attacked me. I swear to God.
Let me get some of these.
Foxy, I know. Hey, Panda's awake again.
Hey, Panda, can you do something for me real quick? Can you do exclamation point Panda?
Hold on, I'm gonna stand right here so the thing goes, and I wanna hear this. Oh God, my microphone is up loud.
There you go. Thank you.
Hey, how do I sound? Am I sounding a little better?
Yeah, you sound pretty good. Yeah, you're good. What's up?
Oh, thank you. I found a drop.
I actually might have to. There you go.
Oh, did you have to turn me up some? That's new.
Well, I for everyone on stream because I was doing it through my Go XLR, so I had turned it down just a bit.
Hey, so I see that ship.
Which one?
The Vex Vindicator one?
Oh, no, I'm good. Nah. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but then we get a trident. We can make a trident because of all the goddamn barnacles that keep pulling me under, and I keep getting teeth.
So Twist is having a bad day right now.
There was a ravine. That's all I want to say. There was a ravine.
Oh my God. I got so scared. It's really good, Panda. It's really good.
Oh, good news. You know that purple ship I was telling you about?
Uh-huh.
There's more than one, and one's bigger than the other.
Yay.
But that's 2 totems and 2 totem spawners. And I'm apparently a pirate. Oh, they heard me. I'm running away.
Did I hear what happened? What happened?
Oh yeah, Panda got her ass.
The Oh Daddy thing? Yes. I know.
She showed us the clip and everything. That look of just like I've never seen Panda so flustered before. Well, scratch that. Yeah, I have.
Oh man. I'm a little upset that I missed it live, but the clip is still funny.
All right, Bulldog. Cheers.
Oh, you already got a beer? God damn it, now I gotta go get mine.
It's a cherry vanilla Coke, but
oh, never mind. It's like, I still gotta go get mine.
yeah, go get a beer. You're streaming with me here. It's not ending well.
That is true. Hold on, real quick.
Someone's getting blackout drunk.
Oh my God.
I'm expecting Panda to join up in the voice chat in about 3, 2, 1.
All right, don't die.
No promises.
All right, hold on real quick. Let me mute this mic real quick. See, because I now have the NVIDIA broadcast on.
Oh, 3, 2, 1.
Hi.
As he steps away. As he steps away. Hi, Panda.
Dang it.
It's okay. I just saw his door handle, and that was just... I don't know. That was just weird. I am at the original boat that we had. So yeah, Panda, how
Uh-huh.
how was that yesterday? How you feeling? Just the look on your face when it happened. So okay, I need a little bit of context. What exactly happened? Like, what was that sound from?
That is from one of Les's streams months ago. I don't remember why I did it, but I was tormenting Bulldog with lickies, so I was licking the mic, basically.
Oh,
And
God,
then
I hate when you do that.
do you want to preview?
Don't you fucking dare! I yell at Nico all the time for licking into the microphone.
But
Please don't. Ah! God, I hate that noise. Hi, Bulldog.
What the fuck did I just come back to?
I came back to
back to
lickies.
Panda wanting to lick.
Apparently,
Hold fast.
nice. Apparently, Foxy got a combo there. Oh my god.
Hey, Bulldog, I know how to get home fast. You ready?
Yep.
Okay, turn around.
Uh-huh. I'm turned. Wait, what the
Cool.
fuck?
Hey, look, I'm home.
Oh my god.
Da-da-da-dee, da-da-da-dee,
Okay.
just love trauma.
Yeah.
Bulldog, the way you set up these stores bothers the absolute hell out of me. You want to know why?
Why?
Why didn't you just use pressure plates?
Because that's why.
Hey, look, I have a tree.
Nice.
Where's our tree farm?
Down here. I haven't really started where the trees are grown at.
Okay,
Look,
well, don't be mad. Oh, I see
Uh,
it. But don't be mad. I found a thing that you're gonna like.
Okay.
Sweat balls. Oh, I can make a blue gummy sweat. Do we have sugar? Sugar. Sorry. I that mood has come back and I don't know why.
But Panda, glad to see you're awake again.
Bulldog, look how cute it is.
Hold on. What you got?
It's in your inventory.
Oh, nice.
It's so cute.
Okay, so that's a bunch of countries you can. Wait a guess what country it's in smack dab in the middle. And it starts with N. I was gonna guess North Korea as well. I was definitely gonna guess North Korea as well. Oh my god.
Okay, so I think north east.
Why is North Korea one of them?
Northeast. Okay, I need to go. I shall return, Bulldog. Please await my warning bells from the lighthouse. Oh, I don't like that.
Okay. Sorry, my professor had emailed me saying like, "Hey, we're gonna publish your paper in this journal." It's like, "Yep, that's."
Bulldog's getting published, and not the porn time this time. what was that noise? Are you okay?
That's ooh, Jesus, that's the big ass bee. Okay. I'm gonna go put away my leftovers and take her out. All right, no problem, Foxy.
Bulldog,
All
it's
right.
weird. You just look up at the sky, like at the camera. Like, oh.
I'm trying to do like a meta, like that meta thing you would see in TV, where they just like look up in like a certain direction. Like it's like, why are you looking that way? Who's there?
Oh, you.
God damn it.
I gotta take my map and I gotta go bury myself. Oh, grapes.
Oh my god. There we go. There we go.
Yo, here we go.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go now. I'm not gonna have enough wood for this now.
Now.
Keep it away. Keep it away. Keep it away. Keep it away now.
You seem to have struggled a little bit with that one.
Yeah, I did.
Have you heard the okay? So there's a meme out there of the don't lecture me with your $30 haircut kind of
Yeah.
thing. You've seen that, right?
Yes.
Have you seen the one where the heavy does it and then just busts out into fucking Red Hot Chili Peppers?
No, what?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Don't you? Oh my god, I don't even remember the meme anymore. But yeah, he breaks out into like give it away now, and it's fucking hilarious. Or if Panda can send it to you, Panda can.
What?
Panda, send him the "Don't lecture me" $30 haircut heavy meme thing on YouTube, please.
Don't lecture me.
It's the $30 haircut meme with heavy.
Did you send that to me before?
I'm pretty positive I did.
Hey, do you have an axe on you? Also, did you piss off this Enderman?
No, I didn't piss off the Enderman. I'm not
Because
even
he's like swishing. He's like teleporting around. That's what I'm asking.
I'm not even home. I'm literally like hundreds of blocks away trying to get underwater.
Hold up. There you go. There you go.
Send it to me to make sure that it's the right one, because now I'm curious if you
Is it that?
How much wood do we have left?
Actually, yeah, that's exactly.
I thought so, yeah.
Panda, you are amazing. Thank you.
All right. Let me check it out. Let me just do something real quick.
You might want to mute the output audio on your computer because he is singing Red Hot Chili Peppers, and I don't know if that could get you in trouble or not.
It probably could. Oh, I need a stone.
You lecture me with your $30 haircut.
All right, hold on real quick.
Damn it, where is this chest at?
I
don't know either.
This is not where you belong. Why am I seeing that? Yo, Bedhead, how you doing, man?
Oh no, it's a bedhead.
Bedhead.
I'm not here. If anybody asks, I'm not here.
So that was Twisted.
God damn it. I'm in your title already. You don't have to introduce me. I know who I am on the day.
I'm glad to hear that. Also, it's getting dark.
Can you sleep? I'm underwater right now.
No, I was gonna decide to be a night owl tonight.
Oh, that's fine. But I thought you were a bulldog.
Darn it.
Foiled again. Shit, where is this chest at? I don't have a shovel, so I can't make this go by any faster.
But Bedhead, how you doing? I saw that the Snapchat you just sent. What the? Where the fuck is that? That thing is huge.
Hey, why? Thank you.
Nah, I ain't talking about that shit.
Oh.
All right.
Now I'm just disappointed.
You know, this is just a decent shack right there. Put some light.
Yes, with all the torches on the roof. Hey, look, there's the chest.
Of course, there's torches on the roof because it goddamn needs to be some goddamn torches on the goddamn roof.
You don't have to goddamn tell me that the torches need to be on the goddamn roof with the goddamn roof and the stuff and the thing and the goddamn creeper. Goddamn it! Hey, look, I got a heart at sea, and possibly just had a stroke.
Yeah, I was about to say, you all right there? We all right?
Oh.
Yeah, so apparently called a bald-headed wasp. Oh, dude, no, don't. I don't want to hear that. That's not in your house, is it?
Just go fucking boxing with it. Just punch the shit out of it.
Oh god, like that scares the crap out of me, man. Not common to the north, but can be found. Ugh. That's the.
I want to drown you.
Just burn the house down. I'm with Jay Will at that point. I was like, nope.
You have died by me. Again, I guess because you're drowned and technically a zombie. Oh, there's 2 chests in here. Give me a prismarine shard, please. Fuck.
Alright.
I need to breathe!
He needs to breathe!
I was underwater for too long.
There you go. Very nice.
Oh, okay. That is a lore 3 fishing rod. Oh, dude, I could get us some food.
Nice.
I can fish.
Look, I like my vegetables, so I don't want to be a vegan today.
Dude, that was a really bad joke. Alone.
Pretty sure it came from our window with AC unit in it. There's no split in the screen where it could. Oh no! Oh man!
So
no!
Is
oh the god!
So Bedhead has an intruder in his house. Essentially, the wasp is the intruder in his house. Oh wait, someone's here.
Oh my god! I don't know. I would have been like, nope. This is his house now. That house belongs to him. So yeah, so there's a dish towel. No. Yeah, no. I'm hoping no one got stung by that thing, right? God, that looked like it would have been painful. Got some green beans now. We also had a hood went above. Yeah, I hope so too, man. Because God, ugh, I would not want to see that. All right, food. Here we go. Do 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 do. All right, Panda.
What?
I need you to sing me a Linkin Park song.
Oh, never mind. Never mind. Seems like Twisted has got it. Hey. Twisted's name is apparently Panda, so
I hear Panda sing me a Linkin Park song, and my Chester just screams, crawling.
Oh god!
Oh man!
Oh god!
And
Twisted.
Oh my god!
sorry, that was just fucking.
And no one got sick. Okay, I'm glad to hear that. Oh god!
You gotta admit, that was good. That was
good. That was good. It's beautiful. I applaud you.
It's okay, and you didn't have to sing there. I sang for you.
Well, I was about to, and then you kind of just took over.
That's fine.
All right, we'll leave the singing to you.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, but give me a song. Give me another song by Linkin Park. That's really all I know.
Oh my god!
Hey, Blog, I might need your assistance with something.
With what?
I also found a wither rose, apparently. Okay. So I found a graveyard, which is always good.
You possibly got room for one more. Yes, you could just join one of the voice chats and we'll Panda will drag you in.
No, she won't.
Yeah.
Panda, don't do it.
Why?
Because it's J-Will.
But why?
Because it's J-Will. Just tell him
But-
to fuck. Just tell him.
But it's J-Lo.
Have you heard what he said about you?
Yeah, he said he loves me, and then we're gonna get married and live together forever.
Okay, so have he told you?
I'm not opposing to it.
No.
Wow.
I'm not gonna lie, that it actually kind of freaked me out. Hi, J-Will. I was.
Hi,
Howdy.
baby.
How are y'all doing today?
Doing
I'm
all
better
right.
now you're here.
Oh my God, Panda.
I'm doing better that we're all in a room together.
I've got some extra soda or water for you, Panda. Like, come on.
I'm drinking cranberry juice.
Yeah, you're still thirsty.
Cranberry vodka. Come on.
I mean, I always thirsty.
That's not thirst. That's I don't know. I have ice cream. The
Oh.
wife,
I'm sorry. Let me just.
that's hyperventilation. That's not good for you.
That's not good at all.
Just waiting for the masks.
Paralyzed. Wasn't that a song by the? Was Paralyzed a song by Linkin Park?
No, that's Finger 11.
Yes, that's okay. Yeah. Yeah.
If you make jokes about Finger 11, I'm gonna fucking throw all of you.
I mean, you and I are already throwing hands because my middle name.
No. That's not why we're throwing hands. We're throwing hands because I'm not letting you cook me chicken. That's why we're throwing hands, amongst other things.
So what you're saying is we're gonna fight.
Yeah, 100%. Like that, no doubt about it.
Bring it.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, sure. Time and a date, and I'll tell you that I won't be there.
I mean, that's just courtesy right there.
Parents?
Oh.
Bulldog, buddy.
Yes.
I'm
How
gonna screen share to Discord real quick, so I
Okay.
can thing that I'm gonna need help with.
Okay.
You said
Welcome back,
earlier-
Foxy.
You said
Welcome
earlier,
back, Foxy.
right? Right.
Yes. I say that one more time.
You said earlier we needed bones, right?
Yeah, well, I need bones. Yes.
All right. Go ahead, check Discord for me real quick.
All right, let's check the Discord. But how you doing? Welcome back, Foxy. How's we doing?
Twisted on like 1 or 2 bones.
Yeah, just a couple. Nothing too big, but just need a little bit of help.
Aw, Rue's sleepy. Oh my God, I love that dog. My dog was just in here, but they were looking for food. And I was like, I have no food for you. Oh yeah, play date today. Oh, hey, there's Bone. Well, if you can take care of.
Is that bone and quartz, or is it just all? Oh no, yeah, it's bone and quartz.
Oh wait, if it's quartz, bring all of it because we need quartz. We won't have to go to the Nether then.
J-Bo, you want to tell him?
I mean, I'd rather not because I have no idea what's going on.
Hey, Bulldog. How?
Just break it with your pickaxe.
I don't have enough pickaxes for that.
Just bring back some of it, not all of it.
I can mark it. We can take it later.
Oh
I've got
my
a full inventory of good stuff.
Fine.
Just wanted a bone. Oh, I'm not even okay.
Well, I thought Jay Will was Geo. They do have a similar voice, don't they?
Jay will
I
stop
just
that.
keep getting confused for everybody.
Jay will stop that laugh. You're hurting Panda. Notice how she hasn't said anything recently.
We have lost Panda. I repeat, we have lost Panda.
No, I'm here. I'm sorry. I'm doing stuff in the background. What's going on?
He's listening.
All right, Panda,
I'm
hands
listening.
up.
Hands up. What? Honey, no, it's bleeding down there.
No. I didn't even. Wow. Okay.
Why is this what we have to talk about when I just took a bite of ice cream? What the fuck, guys?
Look. So, a wise man said,
No! No! I will deafen.
I want to hear what this wise man said.
I wasn't going to say anything bad. I was going to say, a wise man said, men do not get grossed out by periods. Okay? Men know that this is a natural thing for us women. So if you're getting grossed out by this thing, you must be a little boy, okay? And be like,
the thing is, that's not what I thought you were going to say.
What did you think I was going to say?
There is an old Chinese proverb. I'm saying Chinese because that's what I say all my proverbs are. There's an old Chinese proverb that says, a man knows
when not to go down.
A man knows that he may ride the Red River. He just can't drink from it.
There you go.
But Twisted, don't forget about the vampire tea bags.
No.
I'm just gonna hold away forever.
I almost spit out my beer on that one.
I mean, Jay, there's a reason I deleted the file of you saying, "Oh, hey, there's blood in this purse from our 7 days to die."
Oh my god! I'm gonna hide away, guys, forever.
It's a carrot. No, it's a cantaloupe.
Why?
He's only Panda. We still love you.
Oh god!
Oh, and Twisted, you know I'm one of the only people that can actually get you at times.
Oh yeah.
That's for damn sure.
The first blood, the first guns. Like I can't. I've got shivers.
I can't look at you anymore.
You don't look at him in the first place.
Look at his picture.
It's not even him. That's a crusader.
I imagine it was a crusader.
Okay, Panda, I'm sorry.
Wait. Hold on. Oh, the vampire teabag. Never mind. I was wondering, what did you say that made that bad?
Come back. Come back. I'm sorry.
Oh, he disconnected.
Jay will come back. I'm sorry. Come back. I miss you. I love you. I want your babies. What?
Wait, what? Hold on.
That's
Really?
Oh, by the way, Bulldog. You know how you keep telling me that I should have brought back some of those bone blocks and all that? Can you come out?
All right. How many bone blocks did you bring back? Hold on.
I brought absolutely none, but I did bring back a couple stacks of bones from adventuring.
Okay, that's great. I'll take those. Those will be your compensation.
Hey, listen. Only I can bone you that good.
And that's it for today, folks.
That being said, I could go out on the river and grab myself some fish.
No, we're gonna Looney Tunes this. That's all, folks. I forgot how it goes. Shit. No, I forgot how the ending goes.
I just
he just said, yeah, that's the same.
Well, that was the beginning.
No, that's the ending.
That's all, folks.
Oh yeah, it is. Okay. Sorry, my brain is still fried after yesterday.
Yeah, seems like it.
Uh-huh.
My brain's fried after them jokes. Sorry, I fell. Broke my ankles.
Fell into these nuts.
This is funny. It's funny because you don't have nuts.
I do. I have peanuts. Oh wait, no, I don't. I finished them earlier.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I knew you didn't have peanuts. You lied to me, Panda.
I
don't know why I went Trump there for a second, but you know.
Are you trying to be Trump right now?
I don't know what I'm trying to be.
What is going on, Jay?
No, J-Ball, you are not. You are not the fourth wheel.
I feel like the fourth wheel right now. What are you talking about, Jay? Will?
Why
No,
do you feel like the
Bulldog,
fourth wheel?
you're my bicycle
You've
wheel.
got Twisted thirsting over you. I feel like the fourth wheel right now.
I mean,
I got twisted. What?
Twisted, you're thirsting over Bulldog.
Panda, I can thirst over you if you want. But every time I do it, you don't. I mean, every time I do it, you don't listen to me. So
It's not that I don't listen. I just don't hear you.
But
I'm sorry.
All right, hold on.
Wait, what?
Hold on, my phone's ringing. Let me answer this real quick.
Is it Ghostbusters? It's Ghostbusters.
There's something strange in your
In
neighborhood.
your bedroom.
There's always something strange in my bedroom.
Yeah, it's called a panda.
Yeah, exactly.
Fuck!
How did you know?
Well, are you in your bedroom?
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, good point. I'm always in my bedroom.
Also, clean out from underneath your bed. It's getting really stuffy down here.
I did.
I don't believe you. I'm still getting breadcrumbs.
Oh yeah.
Hell, there's still a cucumber under here.
My bad.
Still a cucumber under here. Come on.
Oh, you probably shouldn't touch that.
Oh, I haven't. Don't worry.
Okay.
What
Good.
the fuck, man?
It started to go moldy.
Oh.
All right.
Yeah, I'll clean that out. I promise.
Yeah.
Someone want to clean my car? I'll pay. How much? How much we talking?
I would if I wasn't thousands of miles away.
Yo, I'll do it. Do I get a burrito out of it? I just really want a burrito.
How much you want? What's the square footage of your condo?
Twisted and Bulldog maid services. I've got the suits if you need them.
1,400.
1422. That's not the worst size.
150 in a burrito. Extra grande size.
Extra grande size.
No, I feel that. Done. God damn the negotiations.
Look, I'm hungry. I think
You're making me hungry.
I will get you a super monster burrito. Yes.
The fuck is a super monster burrito?
I don't know, but I want it.
How many diamonds do we have in space, by the way?
1.
Oh. Well, I'm in head. So, you got this, Bulldog. Negative 56 gets you the best diamonds.
Wait, negative 56? I thought it was negative.
No, negative 56 gets you the best diamond chance.
Okay.
You gotta deep slate that bitch.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go down.
You're gonna have to deep slate a lot of things.
I need another iron pick then. I'm gonna go do that.
Yeah, we have a lot of iron. You should be fine.
Yep.
What day are we on? We are on day
9.
God damn it! That song is just stuck in my head now.
Bulldog, we are on day 69.
Nice. We did it, folks. We fucking did it.
I was just kidding. Holy heck, I was right.
Congratulations.
What?
Mama, I did it. I made it 69.
Nice.
End stream, end world. That's
Yeah. Can't get any better than that. We're done. We out.
Well, what about 420?
Nah, fuck 420.
Oh.
I don't have a lighter. Sorry.
I do.
Okay.
Why?
I don't know.
You smoking the devil's lettuce? I am in heaven right now.
No, I don't know why I have it. Like I was cleaning my room a couple days ago and I found it.
I understand. It's
I don't know why.
Oh, you found my lighter. Can I have that back?
Oh, it's yours?
I knew I dropped it somewhere.
No, I'll keep it.
I will come out from under here.
Do it.
It's got surprisingly good internet connection under here.
Do you want to lose your internet connection?
Bet.
All right, I'm gonna plug it out.
But Foxy, when you're selling your condo, right? If I remember correctly. Look at game chat. Oh no. Hold on.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh yes. Holy shit. That's huge. Yeah, J-Will, not J-Will, Twisted, look up in game chat. Right above stream chat.
Holy fuck?
That is crazy.
I want it all in my mouth right
I
now.
want it all.
Okay, go on. Tell me what you want. What you really, really want.
I'll tell you what I want when I really want.
Oh, if you guys did that yesterday, it would have been appropriate because I was in my Jerry Halliwell dress. Dang it, guys.
Well, here's the thing, Panda.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, screw you, Twisted.
Excuse me. Sorry, I am so sorry.
It's only hold on. That's only $17.
God damn. What type of meat is in that? Like, I need to know. What's up, Panda? Sorry.
Is it the monster kind?
Oh, the monster meat. Okay, cool. I'll take 20.
Yeah, the monster kind of meat.
I'll take 20.
I'll take 60.
Okay, you're buying my 20 then. That's for steak.
They're all for me.
Did Foxy just say that there's a brisket option?
Hold on.
It's 26 for brisket.
Okay, Foxy, I'm gonna need the actual location of this place because I may be on a
Same.
5-hour trip north.
Same.
I'm willing to walk.
I'm willing to take a fucking plane at this point.
It'll be my last meal. I'll fucking walk there. I don't give a
Yeah.
fuck.
Just you eat it to die right there. It's like worth it.
It'll be my Harold and Kumar.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Wait, that's just free birds?
Wait, I've heard of this.
I love. Oh, okay. You've heard of Freebird because of Leonard Skinner, but heard of Free Birds. Also,
No.
why does this neighbor in the first picture look like really excited that she gets to make this?
Yeah.
Did you
Look.
see that picture? She's like, yeah.
Yes, I did see that.
Excited.
Look, she's excited. She's excited because there's a giant burrito in front of her. Because everyone knows every woman likes a giant burrito.
The giant burrito full of meat. Bulldog, I just found a new tree that I think you might want.
Ooh, what kind of tree?
Meat.
It is called a crystal tree.
Hey, I can give you all the meat you want.
Oh,
Foxy, I appreciate you for giving me this information because there is one in town.
Oh, there is? Jay
Yes.
Will, Jay Will, I can't make it to Texas right now, but can you get there? Take a picture of it for me and just send it to me. Don't do what Foxy does and send me the food already eaten.
Hey,
Foxy, that's who I am.
Jay Will, buddy. Can you get there, make the burrito, like have the burrito all made up and all that, and can you have a picture taken with you and your shit-eating grin? Please.
Done.
I just get a picture of you.
Just done.
Can I also have this picture for scientific purposes?
That's not
That's
scientific.
Saturday.
That's not scientific purpose, and you know that.
Yeah, it is. So I can measure how long the burrito is. Duh.
I'm joking. I'm gonna go do this Saturday.
Fuck yeah. You getting a brisket?
No.
Okay, good man. Good man. I'm proud of you. You don't disappoint me as much as I thought you did.
Oh, I found a mine shaft.
Shaft.
Hey, do you even know who Shaft is?
Of course, I know who Shaft is.
Okay, I just want to make
Good
sure. Just
Lord.
want to make sure.
Guy's a legend.
I just want to make sure because I know a bunch of people who just say who did the Shaft thing, and I ask like, "Oh, so you see Shaft?" They're like, "No."
Yeah.
It's like, fuck you.
I got a crystal apple.
Crystal apple.
Yeah. Oh, I got a crystal tree sapling. Every time you break one of the crystal tree leaves, it makes the sound of the amethyst for the newer update. It's actually really melodic, and I love it.
Am I? No, I'm not muted.
No, you're not muted. You're good.
Am
I
I?
thought you were muted.
I wasn't muted. I wasn't muted already. Hold on, that was weird. Did I just like cut out? Like I checked my I like checked my OBS before I got back in. It was like I wasn't muted. Your mouth was moving, but there was no sound.
Yeah,
Oh.
you cut out for a second.
I mean,
Okay. That could have been just my computer then. That could have been my computer. Yeah.
Sometimes when the pleasure is too great, you just.
Mm.
Yeah, that's probably what it was. I think my OBS was about to crash or something.
My boomerang just decided to freak out because it can't find me.
Where'd you go?
I missed you so.
Actually,
All right.
wait, I have Tuesday off. I'm getting this Tuesday.
Oh,
Yes.
that's to work though. Damn it.
So we have 57 lapis now.
Oh, nice. We need more.
Yes.
More.
Pictures are required. Yes, pictures are required.
Yeah. Even if it's just you and, that outfit.
Oh my god.
Don't worry, Jay. Well, I haven't told anybody about that outfit, but
You can tell them about that outfit. I like being told. I like having them being told about that outfit.
That
So Jay Will owns a banana hammock.
Nice.
A bright pink banana hammock. And sometimes you don't even realize he's wearing it because he's just so pink.
Okay, you do realize I am like hella pale, right?
Just shut up, Jay Will. When you wear it, you're pink.
Aren't you like 6'7"
6'5" to 6'6". Depends on what my spine decides to do.
Same. I'm usually 6'3" to 6'4", depending on my spine that day.
Goddamn. Hey, I'm not the tallest one here anymore. Thank fuck. People stop asking me to go to the top shelf. I can ask them. Oh! Sorry. I almost fell off the edge.
Might be down for a road trip sometimes here. Yeah, I want to go on a road trip as well. I need to go on a road trip to Texas and Colorado again.
I need to hurry up and move to Texas. Wait, Bulldog, I thought you were in Texas.
No, I'm in North Carolina.
Oh, then I was way off as to where I thought you were.
Yeah, I'm North Carolina. I'm East Coast.
I'm sorry.
No, you're
Why
good.
would you want to go to Texas?
But
Why
not all of Texas is back. Is
I hear nothing but bad things about Texas.
like
Why?
Austin. Austin is like pretty cool. And there's some pretty cool locations in Texas. It's just you just hear like some bad shit sometimes. Yeah, like Texas is cool to like visit, not move. Sometimes, depending on where you go. I really want to go to Colorado or like Washington State for like Seattle.
Oh, y'all should just move to Odessa.
Or I'm good. I actually like have family members who I believe live there. So
that's all
you could all move here to the UK and we can get a big old house.
I can't get the green card to make me stay there.
Yikes!
Unless we want to marry right now, Panda, that green card is gonna be impossible for me to get.
I'm 100% not ready to commit.
All right, well then,
I'm sorry.
well you better find a way for me to get that green card. Then.
Would you commit to J Will?
I would say yes, but I'd be lying. I'm not ready to commit to anyone right now.
Okay, I understand.
Did he disconnect again?
No. I want to get married, just not right now. I'm sorry.
Oh, who's talking about marriage? We're talking about committing, war crimes.
Yeah, I'm paced.
In that case, I'm down.
No, I think I talked to like Nico once. I was like, yeah, let's just move to Seattle and just get a house there, like a streamer house.
I would marry you, Foxy.
Not
Maybe
Seattle.
10 years.
Oh God, not Seattle.
Look, I want to move to Seattle, dude. I actually like rain, so.
No, it's not the rain I'm worried about. It's everything else.
Well, I had a huge wake up call yesterday because my ex-fiance was in my stream yesterday, and I was like, yeah. I was like,
what was that?
well,
What was that? Oh.
I was like, oh, well, I I guess we were supposed to be married this year, actually.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I was like,
Oh.
well,
Okay, well,
I'm definitely not ready to get married, and now I see why.
I can't contribute to this conversation because I kind of am married at the moment.
Well, yeah, that's
Yes, absolutely. Absolute bedhead because the streamer house means no one's cooking.
Fucking
we
bet.
will be getting
Hold up.
takeout and
Your wife, hold on. Your wife would not let you live in a streamer house with a bunch of weirdos.
Bullshit.
she loves us.
That being said, I would have to continue streaming again, but bullshit.
Did I tell you that a friend of mine offered me a place to stay where I could stream full time?
And what did he want in exchange?
He didn't say.
That's the kicker right there.
Yep.
He offered me a condo in Florida.
No.
Considering the bad things I've heard about Florida, yeah, no.
You'd be drowning in everything. That's the joke I'm gonna go with because
Didn't those apartments like collapse in Florida? Did that happen in Florida?
That's anywhere on the coast. You're gonna have collapsed houses.
The recent one though.
Yeah, that was Florida.
Was that in Florida?
I don't know.
And I was like, yeah, I don't know.
Hey, Bulldog, buddy.
Yes,
How upset
yes.
would you be if I didn't get enough gravitite to get you a set of gravitite armor?
Not that bad. Not that
Sugar
bad.
baby. Yeah. Essentially. I would have been a sugar baby, huh?
I would be careful with the whole sugar baby life because the tax forms you have to fill out for that shit are fucking insane.
I can't see myself as a sugar baby.
The condos that collapsed in Florida, that's not like a common thing. That was corruption.
Yeah.
Because they hadn't been properly inspected in a very long time and they weren't built correctly in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
That is bad.
Yeah.
So for the sake of making a joke, because that's what I do, are you saying they were built different?
Oh my god.
I will break your kneecaps.
Thank you. Someone said it.
I'm doing Bedhead's work here. Bedhead loves my jokes.
Hey, Foxy, leave. Look what you did.
I just remembered. I'm pretty sure I can server mute you. Oh, I can.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sure she can. Here, look. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Twisted. Here's the thing. Twisted. Like any other mod that would have done that, I'd be like, don't do that. Foxy, I'm like, yep, absolutely, yep.
Oh, if I were to do that, you would be mad.
How many times have y'all yelled at me about making really shitty jokes and have not done anything about it?
Because I would be.
To be fair, the last joke you made in my stream, Marcus actually did mute you. The
No,
20-minute one.
Not the last one, because I remember it happened for several days. It wasn't 20 minutes, Panda!
That 20-minute joke was terrible.
Yeah, Bedhead, I'm gonna start muting you too.
Oh god.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, I can make Panda get upset because of the whole 20-minute joke.
Fucking hate
Uh-oh. We got Bedhead incoming, I think.
Don't do it, Bedhead. They're not. They're not joking. They will do it. Do not tip.
Bedhead, I need you.
Don't do it.
Oh no. Oh no.
First
Bedhead,
off,
I need a hero.
well then I'm your hero, baby.
Oh god.
But first off, dad jokes, all right? I just want to get something out there. Humor is a good daily medicine to have in your life.
Yes.
I am just sorry that
Yes.
I don't provide all the humor for all aspects of life. I just focus on one area, and that just happens to be dad jokes.
Which
Or
are
really
very
bad puns.
divisive. Which are very divisive. You either love them or you hate them.
Or you
Yeah.
despise
Damn,
them.
do I love them.
See? I am appeasing one crowd. Okay.
All right, let me.
Ay.
I will work. Okay, I'll make a promise to you guys. I will work on coming up with more jokes that appease all crowds.
That are not funny.
Twist it. Twist it.
Correct.
No, it dropped me from Aether and it killed me, and my grave is 4,000 blocks away. Can I circumvent that rule real quick?
Yeah,
I
go
can't
ahead.
make it 15 minutes.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh no.
Also, the music got more ominous real quick, and I need to hold on.
Can't hear the music.
It's probably like really low. Like it's like loud to me, but it might just be low to you guys. Hold on.
There is no TP command.
Oh, because hold on, I need to do something. I did because you said you didn't want. There you go. There you go. There you go. All right. God damn it! This song is stuck in my head.
Underwater. Oh no. I think I've loaded. Uh-oh.
There we go.
I'm close enough to where I can make it there.
Cool.
Too bad it put me over land.
Okay. Okay. Zombies, do not burn my crops. I see you. Don't.
Too late.
Hey, the harvest is good. The zombies want to burn them.
I was just watching this zombie try to cling up a video. I was like, just die already, please.
It's not on fire.
There we go.
The zombies on. Why are there hoglins in the overworld?
I don't know. They should be zombies, actually.
Nope, they're living and they're just fucking chilling. And I'm bamboo. There's a lot of them, and they spotted me.
I see. Can I make an axe out of this? No, I cannot. Okay, cool if I could, though.
I'm gonna break this bamboo so I can bring some home.
Cool. I just need an axe real quick. Get the rest of this wood. And the hiccups continue.
Hold on.
God, that thing is gonna be stuck in my head for like the next like couple of days.
Good.
Not. All right. Oh, Fox, I thought you had D&D.
We canceled it.
Aw. Sorry to hear that.
Somebody wasn't available.
I'm sorry.
Look. That's why I asked if it was at 9, because if it was at 9, I was like, yeah, I stream 4 hours, and then
it's only at 9 when we do it during the week. Otherwise, if it's in the weekend, we do it at 7.
Okay, yeah. Well, I don't stream every Sunday, so next time I will make sure I will not schedule anything.
Next weekend is our normal campaign.
Oh, okay, so yeah, I wouldn't be there anyway.
Yeah. But you know what's in 2 days.
Yes, I do know. I know I have to pick it up so I can finish my campaign, so I can stop getting.
I'm very excited.
I'm gonna take my leave.
All right, man.
I'm not feeling well, and I can't get my cough under control. So.
Hey, man. No, I'm sorry to hear. Yeah, get better soon, man. Hey, Payne, can you shout out Bedhead for me?
Yeah.
I swear to God, I thought you just said, "Hey, can you shut up, Bedhead, for me?"
I mean, there are ways. Oh, Foxy beat me to it. I was too slow.
Thank you, Foxy.
Whoa.
Number 1 mod, Foxy, right there. Hey, no problem, Bedhead. Everyone.
There's a Q&A with Chris Perkins about Wild Beyond the Witchlight.
Oh, I have to watch that. Yes, Panda.
Who is Chris Perkins?
He worked for WotC, who do Dungeons and Dragons and Magic the Gathering. But yes, Panda, that cough. Would you like to say something
About it.
when you said that? When I said number one mod Foxy.
That was just really convenient timing. That was actually.
Okay. I was about to say, like, were you just like, are you trying to take the crowd for Foxy or something?
I'd pay for that fight.
Never.
No, never. I love Foxy.
I would pay for that fight.
Well,
I was just
happen.
like, you just like did it at the right time. I was like, oh yes, Panda.
No, that was just really terrible timing. I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything by it.
We understand.
Uh-huh.
We understand.
It's like my mom who keeps calling, like, but every time she goes like, how's my favorite first number one son? Because and my brother is my her favorite second number one son. I was like, okay.
Yeah, I always get who's my favorite daughter. Like, I'm your
Only
child in general.
I mean, it means you haven't pissed him off yet.
Oh, I piss him off all the time.
Oh. Good to know. My grave is no longer protected.
He pisses me off too.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
All right.
I'm used to that.
Oh, there's that lag. I might have to. Yeah.
Well, it's my fault. I'm gonna TP back to you because
Yeah, I might have to look into that and see if we can like alleviate some of this lag.
Well, I'm also 4,800 blocks away.
Oh yeah. Luckily, we're the only two on this server, because if it was any more, this lag might have been like way too much. Hold on real quick. Ow!
What?
Okay, I love you. Bye.
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 That's my number one mod right there.
I'm still here. I'm kidding.
You're not even a mod.
I'm kidding.
Can you shout out Foxy for me?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, hey, Bulldog.
Yes.
Panda, could you band twist it for me?
Yeah, go please. I'm begging for it.
Hey, nice. We got some bamboo.
Thanks, Foxy.
So we're gonna get some scaffolding soon.
Sorry,
actually, let me go. Speaking of which,
I server muted Twisted for like 20 seconds.
Yay! It's not like I paid attention at all. Nope.
oh yeah, but Twisted, come and look at this. The sugar cane.
Oh, it's pink. I love it.
It's great, isn't it?
Hey, yo, you want to see something great?
What's that?
Come with me.
All right, hold on. Let me do something with this real quick.
I need some bones.
Well, there's
I also
bone.
need some bones.
What's up?
I can give you bone.
Like a chicken bone or
Whatever kind of bone you want. Whatever kind of bone you want. Technically, I can give you a chicken bone. I do have chickens outside my door right now.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
All right, BRB flying over and killing your chickens and then cooking them.
That's fine. My my cousins have chickens in their backyard. Oh, ooh, what kind of wood is this? Crystal.
Bye, Foxy. I love you.
Bye.
Punch one of the leaves. Bye, Foxy.
Oh, bulldog like.
Also, Bulldog, I need you to test something. I need you to be my test dummy real quick.
Why dummy?
Because I'd be a dummy if I did it myself.
God damn! Hold on.
you need to take some damage so you can eat?
No, well, I can eat now. Hold on, I need to put my shit in a chest just in case.
You're right here. You're home.
Yes, I know. Putting it all in a secret chest, though.
Literally watching you fill this one up. I'm also taking my sweat back.
All right, let's eat this.
Wait, did you say you're taking your sweat back?
Yeah, sweat.
Back.
That Bacardi sweat.
All right.
Eat
it. You also have your armor still on, but you know what? The fuck did it do? Didn't give me the achievement. What the fuck?
Wait, what?
You good?
Yeah.
That do anything?
No. Well, you did damage to me, but that's it. It didn't even heal me. Like it didn't give me any saturation or anything either.
Yeah, I could eat it like plain, without like any saturation loss. What the fuck?
Okay.
All right, Bulldog, you ready to see something dope? Since I
Yeah.
died, my pants fell off. All right. That's what happens when I die. My pants fall off.
Yep, your pants do fall off. Yes.
I intend to do that too at times.
I want to see you put this on. I think
especially at night.
Like whatever J was here.
Nice.
I've got my pink.
You got your pink.
Now that I'm pink, I can do anything. Like jump off a cliff.
No, you don't do that.
Yeah, I'm pink. I have my pink armor. This was my whole goal for today, was to get this armor. And I've done it. Without Bulldog knowing, I have surreptitiously put on armor that is better than diamond.
And yet we have only one diamond to our name.
Exactly. Well, we have this diamond pick, but you know, this is mine.
So I feel like our priorities have been
Listen.
Oh, you have the sword too. Yep. You have two swords.
No. You have a sword. And I have a sword. But I need to save one of these because I want to make a thing, and I have no idea what the fuck it's gonna do. But I'm really excited to find out.
Wow.
Ambrosium. I need to cook up some holy stone.
There is holy stone.
Oh, I've already got it.
All right, cool.
All right. I want to know what this does, and I want to put it on top of our house for maximum like scary.
Okay.
So whatever happens, it'll be because of this item. I don't know what the fuck it's gonna do, but it's gonna be awesome.
Oh, we're good. This is this. Honestly, look, it's either nothing's gonna happen, or it destroys the server. So in between somewhere there, we're good. God, I wish I had recorded last night where we had setting up the server, and we had that where it was just nothing but power rails and like waterlogged prisming blocks everywhere. I was like, oh, it's like, oh, this is not good.
So I want to make a thing called a gravitite levitator.
Okay.
I bet you're wondering what that does.
Yes, I do. Yes.
Me too.
Oh God. I think next time we play this, we're gonna have to it's gonna be like, all right, we need like farms and everything. What clouds are made of? What the fuck? What is this achievement?
All right. Gravitite levitator has been obtained. Let's put it up there.
Okay.
Hold on. Hop off.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, can I have, please?
Sure. Here you go.
I have an idea.
Okay.
Can I have that back, please?
God damn it, dude. Take your goddamn thing.
Get off of it! Get out of here.
Oh, fuck you.
Oh, you son of a bitch, you dropped your sword.
Wait, where'd my sword go?
You dropped it when you ran away. Give me the levitator.
All right. Here we go. There you go. Take it.
Thank you. Let's go to the Aether and see if it does something different there.
Okay, let's go check.
We're going to heaven. West Virginia.
Some would say that's like miles away from it.
All right.
Oh shit! Don't. Almost went back. Hit. All right, where are you at?
Over here.
All right, let's see what happens.
I don't. Hold on.
Okay. Watch Twisted as he tries to destroy the server.
I want to know what it does.
No, I hate doing this to you all because you all are great company.
Mm-hmm.
But I have to wake up for work in like 8 hours, so I'm going to bed.
Hey man, no problem. Get some
Good night,
sleep.
J-Will.
Good night.
Hi,
I
Jay.
love you all.
I love you.
I love you too.
Don't lie.
Twisted, out of this entire group, you're the only one I'm going to break your goddamn kneecaps, mate.
Yeah. I want you to fix your speech first, and then maybe we'll talk.
Don't fault my hicklish.
Hicklish.
Oh,
You throw my sword at it.
so something came into the mail today, and I realized this might not fit on my head. So
it's a wizard hat.
We're gonna have to find out if this fits on my head. Hold on.
I don't. How the fuck does this work? Oh,
It barely fits. It just looks like it looks like a Dutz cap now.
I don't.
Oh man.
Ambrosium, Zanite, Gravitite, Continuum, Golden Oak. Oh, is this for the old stuff? What the fuck does the levitator do? I don't. Thanks for punching me, buddy.
No problem.
What the hell?
Wait. What is this? Blueberries. 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 So, Panda, has this gotten you wanting to play Minecraft again?
Well, I just got Divinity last night, so probably not.
Wait, Divinity Original Sins
Yes.
2.
Yes.
Traitor.
Okay.
Hey, hold on. Do me a favor.
Yes.
I need you to come over here.
Uh-huh.
Let me have this. Oh, give that back. You're gonna like what I'm gonna ask you to do.
Uh-huh.
Can you take your sword out?
Yes.
And can you smack me with it?
Ooh.
Excuse the fuck out of me? What the fuck?
Do I need to do it again?
Yes.
So is it working?
How much damage did that do? Half a heart. Holy shit. Ow. So, okay. I see what's happening here. I see what's happening here.
Uh-huh.
So, if I'm reading this correctly, The mod that I wanted to explore the most. The one I was most excited about. Aether mod.
I'm listening. Yep.
Yes, your Aether mod is yes.
The Aether mod.
Hello, Drains. How you doing?
The one I was so excited about. The one that everything was going so well with.
The
2021 version of the Aether mod.
It's broken.
Is not complete.
Ooh. That's he falls off the world. Jay Will says, "I love you, Panda. I love you, Bulldog Twisted. I'm still gonna revoke your kneecap's privileges. I still love you though. All right, see you later, Jay Will. And Dreams, you're only back for 30 minutes. That's fine. That's fine.
Babies. I mean, what?
My mod is incomplete. We have done everything we can with this mod.
Ooh, that's not good.
With this mod specifically.
That's not good.
And I'm sad.
Well, there's other mods, man. We have hydrogen jellyfish we gotta go play with.
Listen, the hydrogen jellyfish are gonna be fucking cool, but I know they're going to kill me.
Oh fuck! Hey, Twisted. I threw my sword accidentally into the portal. Missing Tossicated! How you doing?
Oh, you gonna DM it? Okay. All right. I'm intrigued about this question.
Yeah, so did you get my sword? I threw it in the portal.
Why did you break these blocks of dirt?
Because I was trying to see if maybe it was on the other side. I couldn't see it.
Bulldog. Got
Thank you.
Now do me a favor. Your sword!
Okay. I'm doing good today. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. I've missed you so much. How's the family?
Yeah, he's not stopped talking about you.
I like Missing Tossicated is great. I miss her so much.
Panda, he doesn't stop talking about getting intoxicated.
Yeah, how intoxicated he is.
which is not. I'm not right now. So
Are you sure? No, I'm kidding. I know.
So about this. Are you sure? Yes, I am sure.
All right, I know.
Yes, hold on real quick.
This.
I am not. What are you doing?
So, you see how I have this? My boomerangness. Oh,
ow!
I have this one now.
That was just above my head. I am not. Yeah. I've only had one beer. Okay. God, what the fuck?
Damn it! That's so much better.
Yeah.
Get back to sorry. Show me what you can do now. Keep rolling.
Okay.
Wait a second. Can I launch 2 of these sons of bitches at the same time? No, only one at a time. Right, hold on. I'm throwing my iron boomerang at you.
Yeah, I can tell. But yeah, no, I am not drunk.
He is gone. Do not let him lie to you. He is out.
I'm not. I do not. I do not get drunk in stream.
Not yet. Not until October.
Yeah, probably. Well, my birthday stream will be coming up at that point.
Well, Bulldog, we're doing the drunk golf with your friends.
Oh fuck yeah, you're right. God damn it. I can't get super drunk on that. I can't get blackout drunk. I can get drunk, but I can't get blackout drunk.
We get drunk till we can't play anymore.
That's gonna be quick. That's gonna be quick for me, depending on what I'm drinking that night. Why not? Those are best streams. I don't trust myself. That's the problem. I don't trust myself to end the stream That's usually why, like, when I do drinking streams, I'm on other people's channels because I don't trust myself to end the stream.
Everybody who's involved should be streaming the drinking game that we're putting together. Don't worry, I've got confirmation from everybody I invited except for one, but I need to make sure that he feels better before I pose the question.
Yeah.
Oh God.
I don't want Bedhead to die on me.
No, it's not the editor. It's just it's on my end to hit end stream. Even if the editor rates out, you're still streaming to Twitch.
Yeah, we gotta make sure that you fucking...
I forgot about that. There have been a few times I've done that. I've run, well, not ended stream, and yeah, nothing like too out there. But I'd be sitting there like chilling and eating and stuff, and I'd be like, "Oh shit!" 10 minutes later, I didn't end stream.
You didn't.
So if I doze out, how does that work? Yeah, if you doze off with your stream still on, your stream is still on. So secondly, like if you like say you raid off, you're technically hosting someone. If they end your stream, yeah, if you end your stream, it goes back to your stream.
Well,
it cuts off after 48-hour period though.
Yeah, it does.
I don't think that one will go for that long, but
no,
that's the cutoff period.
I can have an outside source like get up and tell us all when to go to bed when we get too drunk.
I'm gonna have to have one anyway.
Granted, we won't fall asleep. There's gonna be a lot of yelling.
Yeah, a lot.
I'm gonna be involved. There's gonna be a lot of screaming.
Oh boy. Yeah, from you anyway.
No, I like to make them all scream.
Mm-hmm.
I licked my lip there, thinking I was on camera for some reason.
You absolute weirdo.
Thank you.
You act like that's a fucking insult.
Yeah. Like,
no, it's not an insult because I'm a weirdo too.
We're all weirdos.
Yeah.
I is whatever you say I is. Sorry, it's a remake of that Eminem song.
Yeah, I was honestly gonna say, okay, budget Eminem.
How does ICP call him? The slim anus?
No, fuck.
Yeah.
No, it fuck? Well, hold on. What is it?
No, I'm playing.
Yes, dreams. So. Oh.
What you gonna do now? Keep rolling. It's gonna be a song that plays during the fucking golf stream. It's just really cool. Okay, so I do have the base rules set up if you want to hear kind of how it would go.
Sure, let's hear it.
All right, so first things first. Before every hole, there is a pre-hole drink.
All right.
You just take a drink. You take a drink of whatever you're drinking, just as a celebration of, oh hey, we're taking a drink for a hole. I just thought, yeah, okay.
That's You might want to rewrite that, buddy.
Oh hell no. Second off, if someone makes a hole in one, everybody else has to take a drink. If multiple people make holes in ones, everybody has to drink at least once.
I'm gonna hate myself after this straight.
And I do have, I believe, 6 people or more playing, so the bottom 3 are going to have to take progressively 4 drinks. So last place will have to take 3 drinks. Second to last place is going to have to take 2 drinks, and the one.
When is this happening? Because I'm kind of curious.
October.
I'm kind of curious.
October.
But I also really hate golf with your friends because it just makes me rage.
Yes, that of course it makes everyone rage.
I know, that's why I stopped playing.
I was like,
wait, what?
I'm running away now. Straight up, I ran past him and punched him off the cliff.
Oh, twisted.
Straight up, bam!
Just, Twisted. What are we gonna do with you, Twisted?
Twisted, you realize I have my map up. I see where you're going.
What are we gonna do with you, huh?
See, Bulldog, I have a lot of food on me. You ain't catching me.
I will
And
kill
I've
you.
got-
You
Oh,
know what?
Why am I running? Hold on.
You know what? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You don't need your bed, right?
It's not fine.
I have other.
Twisted in trouble.
But I have the better armor. I'm coming for you, Bulldog.
Oh, you're in
What's up, buddy?
trouble.
How you doing? Don't you fucking dare! Don't you fucking touch my bed. That is my rainbow bed. Don't you fucking dare, Bulldog. Oh, that's not even. Don't you do it.
He's gonna do it.
Don't you do it.
He's gonna do it.
I ain't stuck in here with you. You're stuck in here with me.
He's gonna do it. Watch.
All right. Twisted, what's this?
I don't know, Bulldog. Buddy. What's this?
Oh no. Oh, well.
You want me to do it? We're doing this?
We doing this?
We doing it? We going? We doing this?
Hold on. Just so you know, we do have to shift right click to burn the beds, mainly because, we'll accidentally try and sleep in them.
Oh, that's right.
Just want to clarify for that. For somebody.
Yeah. We're doing this?
Who's making the first move?
Hold on. Oh,
Oh my god.
What did we learn? What did we learn?
don't play with fire.
Maybe we shouldn't. I'm just gonna put these fires out. Let's just. We're not ready. We're not ready to go to war yet.
No, we're not.
I do not need spankies. I'm not into spanking.
What are you talking about?
I said I'm not into spanking myself.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Who doesn't love a good spanking, huh?
That's going on the fucking internet right there.
I mean, I could use the big wooden pallet with the holes in
Wait,
it.
what?
Nah, the whole.
Oh wait, that's for Panda.
Oh.
You get me one. You get me the one
Was
with
that
the.
Kara who said that?
Yeah.
Oh.
You know what? Hey, Bulldog. This actually brings up a good point for something we can do. Hold on.
Uh huh.
Hey, look! It's our first fight.
it was someone burning. Yeah.
I legit cannot believe that this fucking happened.
I'm so confused what's going on right now. I don't know. Kara came in.
She made it today. Oh my god.
Go ahead.
So, Big Cat, so what happened was Bulldog and I were about to, beat the ever-loving shit out of each other by burning beds and, calling it off and the whole friendship thing and all that. Bulldog lit the floor in front of him on fire instead of the bed, and then he lit himself on fire. Thus, having us laugh our asses off while Bulldog goes and tries to, cool down a little bit because, he's kind of on fire. And then I just put the fires out because, we're not fighting today because we're not ready for that. We're not ready for that kind of commitment.
But you already declared it. Do what you did when you declared war with me. Like, you were ready. Like, you can't just call it off. That's what you said. You can't just call it off.
See, Panda, here's the thing. We didn't declare it because we're not smart enough to declare it.
Well, then I guess that's on you guys.
Exactly.
Mm.
And you're smart enough to know not to do this, and yet you still agreed to it. So now it's still on. With all due respect,
it's not on though. What are you talking about? It's not on.
Fuck you.
Fuck you too.
What the fuck is going on?
You know what's going on? I'll tell you what's going on. Just don't
yes.
hate. Don't hate.
Uh-huh. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yep. Sound like my guidance counselor. All right. You know, we got a good start today. A good start.
Yeah, it's a good start. We went to hell. We went to heaven.
You died a bunch.
I killed you. Oh, hang on. Here you go, buddy.
Twisted underscore stranger says.
I want to hear. Ow! Motherfucker!
Jesus fucking Christ on that one.
Can I just say, I like the part when it went.
Glad you enjoyed that.
Made a fucking beat right there.
There you go.
Just gotta light the Christmas or the birthday candles real quick.
Yeah.
Also,
Because that doesn't look demonic at all. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Are you fucking kidding me right now?
I don't know why you didn't go flying, but you know what? Hey, let's go. Do we need to have like a PvP off real quick so we can, let out some stress?
Yes, do it.
Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. Hold on. Don't hit me yet. Don't hit. I was healing so we can.
No.
Oh, okay.
No. I don't care at this point.
Your body disappeared by flying. It disappeared by floating up in the air. You got raptured. I was gonna say we could have a legit PvP off. We just beat the shit out of each other.
No.
Has it gotten to the point to where we don't want to do this anymore?
It got to the point where I wanted to kill you for a minute there.
Oh, mustard! I found mustard!
Nice. So that's all my stuff.
Here's some mustard seeds so we can, go to war and drop mustard gas on ourselves.
Jesus fucking Christ.
What is mustard used for? A beef Wellington. Mustard seeds. Croptopia.
Alright, cool.
Oh, we need a bunch of iron for the fucking frying pan and shit. Bulldog, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Our trees are good. Frick what?
I hate this game.
Oh, Fall Guys.
That's right. I forgot.
It's one of those games that is in bad taste and that she's horrible at. That was me. I'm sorry. That
Wow. I'm gonna go cry now. Goodbye.
I'm already crying, Panda. Stop it.
Wow.
I'm sorry. That was me. That really was me. I'm actually
So
really sorry.
mean to me. I don't even go that far. Shit.
That's bullshit, but okay.
When have I ever said anything?
Greens, thank you for the hydrate.
About you at a certain game.
Panda?
Hmm?
Darkest Dungeon.
Wait, when did I say? What did I say during Darkest Dungeon?
It's everything you say during Darkest Dungeon when I get someone killed.
Yeah, but I don't be like, oh my god, you're so bad at the game. Wow.
Bullshit.
What do you mean bullshit?
You doing okay, Bulldog?
No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm
fine.
fine. I'm
He's fine.
fine.
See, you hear him. He's fine.
Mm-hmm.
He's
I'm
fine.
just trying to decide how I titled this VOD. Two idiots play Minecraft.
Banana Bros are here.
The Banana Bros.
Bulldog.
Yes.
There's actually a banana. There's a banana tree.
Well, you know what we gotta find next time.
That's our goal for next time. Right there. We have to find the banana.
We have to find the banana. I mean, we also get other shit done, but we also need to find the banana.
No, and like banana's first priority.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
You know what? That's a good setup for a second episode.
Yeah.
Now to cut 4.5 hours down to fucking 30 minutes.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, thanks, bud. Thanks.
No problem. All right, Dreams. See you later.
Bye, Dreams.
Enjoy the rest of your night.
So I don't have to edit.
No. You've made your bed.
I made yours too.
All right, who we raiding into? Oh, Healer's streaming.
Crap.
Oh no, Dragon Gym's also streaming.
I'll do an outro.
Let's do Dragon Gym. What are they playing? Are you fucking kidding me right now? I'm lagging so bad. Are you fucking kidding me right now?
Motherfucker.
Let me get my raid, dude.
Yeah, no, go ahead. It's fine. That's what I did.
Yeah, we'll raid in the track.
I've got my outro for the video.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna raid a Dragon Gym. Everyone, I hope everyone had a wonderful evening and continue to have a wonderful night. I will be back tomorrow. But yeah, until then, goodbye. Fuck you, Twisted. And I will see everyone later.
I got him to say it! Yay!
God fucking damn it.